Speaking alongside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in the Oval Office, Trump said that his teams are working to finalize the deal to bring peace to Gaza and the entire Middle East. Before their departure for Egypt, Trump met with top advisors Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, with the White House now saying the plan focuses on the immediate return of the hostages and security guarantees for Israel, backed by broad international support.
We're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen. But there's a real chance that we could do something, so you may have some questions on that later.
And the White House is reportedly turning up the pressure to finalize the Gaza peace deal within days, with a senior U.S. official telling Israel's Channel 12 that Witkoff and Kushner will not leave Egypt until an agreement is reached. Senior officials from Qatar and Turkey are also now reportedly joining the talks at Sharm, including the Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed Abdulrahman Al Thani. And in a wide-ranging conversation with the U.S. political commentator Ben Shapiro, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reaffirmed Israel's determination to end the war and bring the hostages home, but only if Israeli conditions are met. Netanyahu praised President Trump for his leadership on the new peace initiative, saying his involvement could be decisive in bringing the hostages home and creating a new regional reality.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon, with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
Amid the ceasefire talks underway in Sharm el-Sheikh, the IDF is not advancing on Gaza City, but it is continuing intense military activities inside the Strip. Over the past few days, the Army conducted precision strikes and ground raids targeting remaining Hamas strongholds. Over the weekend, troops from the 98th Division operated in central Gaza, eliminating dozens of terror operatives and uncovering weapons caches in tunnel networks near Deir al-Balach. In Khan Yunis, special forces carried out a targeted operation against a Hamas command cell responsible for coordinating rocket fire. The IDF says several senior operatives were killed, and strike footage confirms direct hits on Hamas command and control sites. In northern Gaza, drones struck mortar-launched crews preparing to fire on Israeli communities near the border. No casualties were reported inside Israel. And on the second anniversary of the October 7th war, Hamas marked the date with a barrage of rockets aimed towards southern Israel, targeting communities in the Shar Negev and Sderot regions. Most were intercepted by Iron Dome, while several fell in open areas, causing no injuries, but triggering widespread alarms. The IDF says operations will continue to maintain pressure on Hamas, ensure the release of hostages, and defend Israeli communities even as the ceasefire talks continue. And now a brief word from one of our sponsors, the Technion.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor Vador, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
And over the Sukkot holiday, Israelis marked 2 years since the October 7th massacre, a somber anniversary for an unbroken nation that 2 years ago at 6:29, when Hamas unleashed a brutal coordinated assault from Gaza. Thousands of rockets rained down as terrorists flooded Israeli communities, slaughtering families in their homes, burning kibbutzim to the ground, and abducting hundreds. By the end of that day, around 1,200 Israelis were dead, 251 were dragged into Gaza, and a war that has defined these past 2 years had begun. Communities across Israel held heart-wrenching gatherings with one key message: bring the hostages home. 48 hostages remain in Gaza, 20 of them believed alive. Their return has become the nation's daily prayer. With peace talks now underway in Egypt and Hamas signaling agreement to U.S. brokered plan, there is hope that their return could be imminent. But for Israel, this anniversary was not about diplomacy alone. It was about memory, justice, and determination. 2 years on, the message remains clear. Israel mourns its dead, honors its heroes, and will not rest until every last hostage is home. And our reporter, India Naftali, was out in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square earlier today.
I am standing in Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, which just 2 years ago was an ordinary plaza. Today, it continues to be a memorial and a rallying point for the families of the hostages who are determined to never allow the country or the world forget what happened that October morning when Hamas stormed into Israel and murdered nearly 1,200 people and kidnapped over 250 more into the Gaza Strip. Just last night, those same families held the Bereaved Families Memorial Ceremony, which was the main tribute marking October 7th and was actually organized by the families of the victims themselves.
כל בית ישראל, הנתונים בצרה ובשביה, העומדים בין בים ובין ביבשה, המקום ירחם עליהם ויוציאם מצרה לרווחה ומאפלה לאורה ומשעבוד לגאולה. השתה בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן.
And amen to that. Joining us now for more is Israel's former ambassador to the U.S. and a former deputy foreign minister. He's now the chairman of the Silver Road Capital Group, Ambassador Danny Ayalon. Mr. Ambassador, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure always, Khaled.
Well, let's start with these talks in Sharm el-Sheikh. Your assessment of them. We hear, for example, President Trump sounding characteristically optimistic, but no longer saying necessarily it's going to happen within a week or within days. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner heading out there. Was that a good positive sign, a sign that things maybe have stuck? How do you assess how those, based on what we know, of course, how those talks are going?
Yes, Khaled. Well, to start from the end, the fact that the senior negotiators are now coming over to Sharm, which is a resort town where people are sequestered, so they cannot leave the negotiation rooms, is a positive sign. Whether we will get an agreement soon, it very much depends on Hamas, because Israel has accepted all of the 2021 points of Trump's plan. It is Hamas who said yes, but with a lot of reservations. And we have to remember, Kalev, Hamas is a very ruthless, treacherous terror organization, which every opportunity they can take, they will deceive and will try to just drive the negotiations their way. They have no regards to the people of Gaza who are suffering as they are held hostage, basically, by Hamas. Of course, they don't have any regards to our people languishing in the tunnels there, the grieving people here, the grieving families that would like to see a closure to the dead hostages over there. And they will try to get as much as they can. But this time, I think what is different now than previous times is now that we see a direct involvement of President Trump, which makes a lot of weight, because what he did was bringing in I would say, the heavyweight characters that can really put the onus and the pressure on Hamas, namely Turkey and Qatar. Until now, they were not really putting all the pressure on Hamas. You know that those two countries, Qatar and Turkey, are governed by Muslim Brotherhood, unfortunately, which is no different than Hamas. Hamas is part of the Muslim Brotherhood. So Erdogan is Muslim Brotherhood. Qatar is Muslim Brotherhood. We know all the financing, all the political support that they give. But now, when they are putting the pressure on Hamas, not just halfway, but all the way, this can give us a chance to have a resolution. Because without Turkey and without Qatar, Hamas is very much diminished in its power and its survivability in terms of what they can do on the ground.
And to your point, Danny, as I said, reports now of top Turkish officials and Qatari officials, even the prime minister of Qatar, going to Sharm, presumably, to put some pressure on Hamas. But there is another side of that. Their involvement is in some way problematic for Israel. Two countries that have been sponsors of Hamas. Certainly, there are reports that Hamas and these countries are also seeking some kind of guarantees from the U.S. that Israel will not resume operations after the deal. But at the same time, of course, Israel wants to preserve its freedom of action if it does see security threats in Gaza. So how is that going to be balanced out by, for example, the Israeli negotiators there, such as Regional Affairs Minister Ron Dermer?
Well, a very astute observation, Kalev, because the involvement of Qatar and Turkey is I would say, a double-edged or double-meaning sword. And certainly they are representing the Hamas position. So they would try their best to help Hamas, again, deceive and get the negotiations their way. But hopefully now that President Trump himself and his senior people are involved, hopefully they will not let that happen. And we know that Turkey and Qatar and Erdogan himself are very much dependent on U.S. in terms of their security, their economy, their status in the world. So hopefully, when the president puts all his weight down with also showing or flashing out the consequences, not just to Hamas, the consequences to Qatar and Turkey if they do not really negotiate in, let's say, honestly, then maybe this would make them, if they understand, both Turkey and Qatar, that they will benefit if there is a resolution which is really the one that President Trump put on the table, then I think we have a chance, because Turkey and Qatar, with all due respect to Hamas, still, Turkey and Qatar would prefer their own interests. Now, the fact is, as you mentioned, Kalev, the Prime Minister of Qatar is there, which is pretty much the highest political echelon involved, and which carries a lot of weight vis-a-vis the Hamas, the Hamas outside of Gaza, the leadership of Hamas residing in Qatar. But also, we have seen now coming into Sharm the Turkish High Representative, which is the head of the Turkish intelligence. And he is the guy who is very much has a lot of influence on Hamas military, if you can say military. They are all terrorists, but what they artificially distinguish between military and political. So it seems like there is a division of labor here, where Qatar will go vis-a-vis or against the political, which are residing in Qatar, and Turkey will work with the terrorists of Hamas, which are in Gaza now.
Right. And Ambassador, of course, there are aspects of in these 20 points that are challenging and problematic for Israel further down the line, especially for the current government. But even in the short term, and I'm talking about a hostage release, full release of all 48 hostages, it's going to be somewhat challenging for both the Israeli public and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Of course, that will involve the release of Palestinian security prisoners. We are getting reports that Hamas is demanding some of the most notorious murderers that in Israeli jails. Reports today that they're also demanding the return of the body of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader that initiated the October 7th attack and was killed by Israeli forces. This is certainly going to be with all the joy that this would come with the hostage return, this is going to be a very painful, difficult moment for a lot of the Israeli public. And it's also going to be somewhat challenging for Prime Minister Netanyahu and his coalition. Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Minister of National Security, going on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem today, talking about continuing the war. So let's just talk even just how challenging this could be in the short term.
Yes, it does present difficulties, especially political difficulties for the prime minister, as we know that both the two right-wing parties in the government, namely Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, they were against any exchange of terrorists for hostages. They say it's, and they're right, basically. It's not on par. Hostages who were just taken off their homes, civilians, innocent people. And on the other side, we have terrorists with real blood on their hands. However, here we have to be, as we say, not just, but smart. And I think it would be a great healing for the country to get back all the hostages. And so this is the number one priority. And Netanyahu, which also Kalev until now deferred basically to Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, it seems like now he puts the highest priority on the hostages. And it seems like, if I can add another observation, is that he may even bring, if he needs to make some concessions, he will go a long way to bring back all the hostages, even at the risk of the fall of the government, because I believe he is also getting geared for elections. And with the hostages back, it's a better surrounding, it's a better, let's say, condition for Netanyahu to go on this for elections.
Right. We should note, Danny, though, that the head of the opposition, Yesh Atid leader, Yair Lapid, has said he will provide a security blanket in the parliament for the government to prevent it from falling, certainly in the immediate future, but it's not unclear how long that guarantee would last and when elections, which are supposed to be held next year anyway. Let me ask you, we've heard President Trump again. He's always bringing it back, not just to this ending the Gaza conflict, but bringing wider peace in the Middle East, talk about opening the Abraham Accords. But we should note there's nothing explicitly in the Gaza peace plan that sort of promises or guarantees or even hints of some of these countries establishing relations with Israel if this conflict ends. And we're talking about, of course, Saudi Arabia, and some people are even bringing countries like Indonesia into it. How quickly do you think that would move along if indeed we get to at least past this first stage of the agreement?
Sure. I think that the most important step, and this is the condition that without it we cannot make any progress, is the demilitarization, of course, bringing back the hostages, in the exchange with the Palestinian terrorists, and I hope here they will not return some terrorists which are just despicable. Hamas, Kalev, also demands the Nukhba, those who raped and those who killed and those who burned Israelis alive on the 7th of October, which are in our hands. They also want them back. So it's going to be a very, very tough head-to-head negotiations. But let's assume that we get past this obstacle. Then the second stage would be the demilitarization of Gaza. Of course, we pull out of Israel to at least to some perimeter of security. We will have to have some presence there, unlike before the 7th of October. And this with some diplomatic, I would say, manipulation, we can go into what the vision of Trump is, and that is peace in the Middle East, normalization and peace with Saudi Arabia, with Indonesia, as you mentioned, with all the rest of the Arab countries. Even Pakistan is there in line for normalization with Israel. This could come only after we stabilize Gaza and we're ready for some kind of a political process. And here I think it should be clear, and I hope that the president also understands, no one in Israel will accept now a Palestinian state, certainly not after the 7th of October. But there could be some negotiations or some arrangements that can alleviate the conditions of the Palestinians, both in Gaza and Judea and Samaria, towards some kind of a permanent solution, which right now I don't think it's relevant even to discuss, because many things can evolve in the future, and the solution, the permanent, let's say, state agreement would depend upon the situations on the ground many, many years from now.
And I agree, and I think there's no need to go into, that would be so much to speculation about some of these later proposals of these 20 points that really will only come into play if the first stage is reached. Finally, Danny, I do want to ask you, yesterday we marked 2 years since the October 7th attack. It's been certainly one of, if not the most difficult time for the state of Israel, maybe since its founding, I would say. And I want to just get your own personal reflection as someone who's seen the scope of history over the years, how you think the state of the country is now, 2 years after October 7th, even as we're still living with this sort of uncertainty about whether there is finally some kind of light at the end of the tunnel of the situation.
Yeah, well, Israel is still wounded physically and also psychologically. As you mentioned, this is the worst day Israel has ever had since its reestablishment in 1948. It's the worst day the Jewish people has experienced since the Holocaust. More Jews were killed on this day than any other day since the Holocaust. So this is still very much, I would say, present. But on the other hand, we have a lot to be proud of: the resilience of the people, the fact that not only we are rebuilding those communities, but there is a line, a queue of people who would like to go and actually enlarge these communities on the borders with Gaza and up in the north. So in that sense, I think the country has shown that it could spring back. And since then also, what started in Gaza, which is like the least important, I may say, enemy of peace, compared with Hezbollah or Iran.
Yeah, right. Compared as an existential threat to Israel with Iran and its proxies.
So we saw how the tail of Hamas really wags the dog, which was the entire Middle East. But now we have really come ahead, eliminating a lot of existential threats, mainly from Iran and Hezbollah.
All right. Well, let's end on that sort of optimistic note and keep optimistic that these talks will develop into potentially a certainly successful release of the remaining hostages in Gaza and the break for our armed forces that have been fighting there. I want to thank Ambassador Danny Ayalon for joining us today on ILTV.
Thank you, Kalev.
And in other news, the Israeli Navy has successfully intercepted a new flotilla that was attempting to break the naval blockade on Gaza, preventing the vessels from entering a combat zone. 9 boats with about 100 activists were stopped at sea and were escorted to an Israeli port. Now, the Foreign Ministry said this was, quote, another futile attempt to violate the blockade. All passengers are safe and in good health and are expected to be promptly deported. Now, footage released shows the Israeli Navy forces boarding the vessels peacefully, underscoring Israel's control and determination to protect its coastline. And in recent weeks, several flotilla attempts have been intercepted in a similar manner, with vessels diverted to Israeli ports and foreign activists deported after a short detention. Israel says these missions are political PR stunts that endanger lives, and it reaffirms that the naval blockade of Gaza is legal and is being enforced to prevent the smuggling of arms into the Strip. And in other security news, tensions are high along the Lebanese border. Over the weekend, the IDF eliminated 3 Hezbollah operatives as the IDF reacts to truce violations north of the border. Air Force drones under the command of the 91st Division targeted and killed Mahmoud Ali Issa in the Deir Amas area. Issa was Hamas's local commander in Kfar Kila, responsible for linking the terror group with residents for economic and military purposes that included the seizing of private homes to store weapons and conduct surveillance. Later, another Hezbollah operative was eliminated near the village of Zibkin while operating an engineering vehicle trying to rebuild terror infrastructure. And in a separate IDF strike near Nabatea, the IDF took out Hassan Atwiya, a senior figure in Hezbollah's air defense. The IDF says Atwi maintained direct contacts with Iran, and he was key to Hezbollah's efforts to rebuild its defense network. The IDF says it will continue to eliminate threats and enforce security along the border. And just to reiterate the top story of the day, as we said, just after the second anniversary of the October 7th attack, key talks underway in Sharm el-Sheikh to end the Gaza war, with U.S. President Donald Trump claiming broad support for his peace plan and saying a peace deal is close. Trump said negotiations to end the war in Gaza and secure the release of Israeli hostages are, quote, very serious, and that every other country in the world supports the plan. Speaking alongside the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in the Oval Office, Trump said his teams are working to finalize the deal to finally bring peace to Gaza and the entire Middle East. Now, before their departure for Egypt, President Trump did meet with his top advisors for the region, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. The White House saying that their plan focuses on the immediate return of the hostages and security guarantees for Israel that are backed by broad international support. The White House is reportedly turning up the pressure to achieve a peace deal. U.S. officials telling Israel's Channel 2 that Witkoff and Kushner will not leave Egypt until an agreement is reached. And that ends this update on ILTV. You could stay tuned for further updates. Of course, you could always go to your app. Just scan that QR code that is now appearing on your screen. Thank you for joining us on ILTV, and stay tuned. Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Kalev Ben-David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East. impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. President Trump is set to present his peace plan for Gaza to Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House Monday, which calls for the freeing of all 48 hostages, a withdrawal of IDF forces, a boost in humanitarian aid, the disarming of Hamas, and a multinational Arab-Muslim force to take over security control. Israel carries out its largest airstrike yet against the Houthis, hitting top military targets in Sana'a, including its top military headquarters. The raid comes after a drone launched from Yemen wounds over 20 people, hitting downtown Eilat. IDF forces advanced deeper into Gaza City, killing dozens of Hamas terrorists, seizing hundreds of weapons, and destroying the group's remaining military infrastructure there. 2 IDF soldiers fall in combat in Gaza City, bringing to over 470 the number of Israelis killed in the Strip since the fighting began there following the October 7th attack. Israeli airstrikes target a Hezbollah missile production site in the Bekaa Valley. This as Lebanon marks 1 year since its leader Hassan Nasrallah was killed, and the IDF releases new details about the operation that eliminated him. The UN reimposes the snapback sanctions on Iran over its refusal to enable free inspections of its nuclear program. The sanctions include freezing Iranian assets abroad, halting arms sales to the Tehran regime, and placing restrictions on its ballistic missile program. And now our big story. Prime Minister Netanyahu will meet with President Trump in the White House Monday for a potentially historic meeting. On the table is Trump's 21 plan for ending the Gaza war, one that would see all 48 hostages returned, an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, a boost in aid, the disarming of Hamas, the introduction of a multinational Arab-Muslim force in the Strip, a new governing body that would exclude the terror group, and ultimately the renewal of some kind of political negotiations between Israel and a reformed Palestinian Authority. Now, this comes just after Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to continue the fight against Hamas in his speech at the UN General Assembly, and the plan does have points previously rejected by both Israel and Hamas. Still, President Trump sounded optimistic, speaking to reporters.
And it's looking like we have a deal on Gaza. And we'll let you know.
Mr. President.
I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be number 8, Peter, not 10.
Well, joining us for more on this and other issues is IDF Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Doron Avital. He is the former commander of IDF Special Forces. Doron, thank you for joining us. Before we get into the details of the plan, I want to get your general impression of it, how you think Prime Minister Netanyahu should respond, why you think President Trump is bringing it and being so optimistic and moving forward with the plan at this time.
I think this is a turning point. I think that it seems that there's no way to put it forward. We see the general opposition that Israel has around the globe, and even Trump has to reconsider his positions. And I think he wants to conclude it, and I think he will put his full force on Netanyahu to accept this 21 points plan. But of course, the implementation would be a big issue. The plan is on paper, but I think there would be a real push to conclude this stage of the war right now.
A push to conclude, but we don't have to go into all 21 points, but there are some which, for example, for the Netanyahu government are a little problematic. Exactly. Let's start breaking them down. One is, for example, the using a multinational Arab-Muslim force to provide security in the Gaza Strip. Israel doesn't have a great history with multinational forces. Some of the countries that took part in the planning of this are countries like Turkey, Qatar, which have problematic relations with Israel. Can Israel rely on this kind of force? And if not, what kind of other security guarantees does Israel require?
First of all, we are all around the Gaza Strip, and we have our forces in the perimeter of the Gaza Strip. And this is a very narrow strip. You have to understand it. Second, look at Syria. This was clearly our enemy for a while, and now we are participating in trying to create some security arrangement. So I don't think there's any other avenue than this one. Then, and don't forget, the resources, the financial resources that would have to be introduced to the Gaza Strip, they would come from where? Not from the Israeli tax payers' money.
Right, the Gulf states and Qatar, presumably among them.
The Saudis for sure, and this would come, of course, they would require some guarantees that the money goes where it is, and that those forces would be in the end with some affiliation, and I would say strong affiliation in the end, and this would be the hardest thing to swallow to this current government in Israel, the Palestinian Authority. Reformed, whatever, but the Palestinian Authority.
Well, let's talk about that, because that's actually another of the points, which is that there'll be a governing authority that maybe not initially, but eventually will include, quote, reformed Palestinian Authority, but there's no timeline on those reforms, no specifics about it. Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly said that he won't accept the Palestinian Authority seemingly in any form in Gaza. So how much flexibility is there for him on this?
Yeah, maybe it doesn't, but I'm not sure Israel has any flexibility. See, the overall vote of recognition of the Palestinian state among European countries. So even Trump, even the U.S. under the Trump administration has to maneuver in this international climate. So I think Palestinian Authority in one form or another would have to participate in Gaza, and it will be very interesting to see how Netanyahu, with this current government, maneuver through this labyrinth. So reformed Palestinian Authority, not now, later, but in the end, I don't think the Arab states would put their resources, you talked about the Gulf states, without, in the end, participation in some sense or another of the Palestinian Authority.
Right, but of course, this is not all on Israel. Hamas has to agree to this deal, and they have already repeatedly rejected one of the key points, which is the disarming of Hamas. There's no timeline on that. In fact, there's talk that the plan would even move ahead. The initial phases, if Hamas does not agree to disarm, which sounds very problematic. And if so, then who is going to oversee the disarming of Hamas?
So first of all, this is a process in time. I mean, we don't think about disarming in one day. But as a process of time, we see what's going on with the Hezbollah. We see the process that goes there with the Lebanese government, this attempt to de-arm the Hezbollah. In the end, we want, and we'll have to get Gaza Strip demilitarized, or the fact that there would be no Hamas holding weaponry in the Gaza Strip. The question is, those Gulf states and their security forces, what role they can take in this process that will go over time, and what role we can take, and what kind of coordination we can sync between us and those new forces that would come. The implementation, this is where the action is. This is the problem.
Right.
But I don't see any other option but for Israel in this stage, tactically or otherwise, to say, yes, we go forward with ending the war, release of the hostages, and hopefully demilitarization of Gaza.
Right. Recently, the hostages, and this plan does call for a sort of multi-stage type of release that we've seen in the past. It would be all 48 released right at the beginning, with Israel certainly welcome, but there would be a price for it, the freeing of Palestinian prisoners, many who have been arrested since the start of the operation, immunity for Hamas leaders in the Gaza Strip, many of them who took part in the October 7th massacre. This would be a very bitter pill for the Israeli public to swallow.
For the Israeli public, for the Israeli government, but I think the Israeli public, after 2 years of war and after hitting Hamas so dramatically, I mean, in terms of their commanders and so on, and weaponry and so on, I think the Israeli public is ready for some kind of compromise. The question whether this government is ready for some kind of compromise, but I don't see any other avenue forward, and I think the pressure for Trump this time, my feeling, would be mounting. There would be no issue. I mean, the way he went on publicly before, it's part of the pressure that he exerts on Netanyahu. It's very interesting to see Netanyahu in this meeting today. How does he maneuver?
Right. And of course, we should note the military operation does go on in Gaza City. The IDF making advances, no question about it. We have to assume in the meantime, though, the IDF will continue to operate in the Gaza Strip. Even, as you said, it's going to take time to work out the details. How do you see that going forward for the IDF?
Yeah, the question, what does it mean to operate? Whether it's this full-scale, massive attack on the Gaza City, or whether, in some sense, we'll stop and do only raids to concrete objective, the way we have it in Lebanon, where there was an agreement. But then we do continue from time to time to target either weaponry cache or leaders. So the question whether there will be this phase, but the question whether we can continue with this full-scale attack, I suspect Trump would want to stall this attack in this fashion, and then think what would be what kind of precaution, security, operation the IDF can still conduct in this context going forward, if there is an agreement, of course.
Right, and maybe the major point is, again, also which includes not just allowing the Palestinian Authority into some kind of governance in Gaza eventually, but the renewal of talks for a political horizon, a euphemism for a Palestinian state. Prime Minister Netanyahu made clear at the United Nations this is a no-go for him, and he said for the majority of the Israeli people, the plan doesn't specifically mention a Palestinian state. Is there enough diplomatic wiggle room in there for Prime Minister Netanyahu in any government coalition to move?
This is interesting. We should think that this is a demilitarized Palestinian state, only with police force. So it's not that far from what Israel was subscribing to, which was an autonomy. So the question is, there is an interval here that you can maneuver either semantically, but other in terms of the facts on the ground. But my feeling, it's a new circumstances. In many respects, the move that Macron made, in the beginning, people would think he will find himself alone in this maneuver, but then he finds himself with the British that are the British of the Balfour Accord. So I'm not sure Trump even Trump understands that you have to go forward. So I'm not saying that Palestinian state as an end game is there, but whether we go forward in some way and restart the talks and the negotiation with the Palestinian Authority, with this reformed Palestinian Authority. So the main issue is not to declare Palestinian state no time soon, but
and
whether...
it certainly won't happen.
Yeah, of course, but whether the Palestinian Authority is the side that you conduct this negotiation for. Because for the last few years, we didn't consider the Palestinian Authority as our partner to some negotiation. But if they are not, don't forget, because the security cooperation does exist even in those days. So, but if it does not, if we don't bring the Palestinian Authority back as a negotiating partner to some kind of a future, then we might find ourselves collapsing the security collaboration in the West Bank, and then this would be resetting the story backward to a very problematic situation.
Right, so hard to see Prime Minister Netanyahu taking that path. But of course, the benefits, the upside for Israel would be perhaps expanding the Abraham Accords, bringing even Syria, which we are talking about. Maybe talk about what the real potential there. When would that happen? When do you think, and how likely?
The potential is immense, but we should not lose the train, because we see moves in the Gulf states that we didn't see before. For example, this deal between this nuclear umbrella between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. This is a major thing that we didn't see before. We see the attempts of the Russians to allocate a budget of like $25 billion to create nuclear reactors in Iran. So if we really want to create this path along the IMEC, along this India, Middle East, Europe corridor, when Israel is a cornerstone of this deal, we have to move fast. And what prevents us to move forward in this direction, which is important to the Gulf states, to Israel, to Europe, to the US, is, of course, the war in Gaza. And this is why it's important for us to conclude this stage of the war in Gaza.
I do just want to break down one country there, Syria, which seems to be on a different track, and there's reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu could even conceivably meet President al-Shara. How likely, even with the war in Gaza going on, do you see a security arrangement with Syria?
Security arrangement, yes, because he has to stabilize the situation in Syria as the head of the new Syrian state. Of course, no peace. When people talk about peace treaty, this is not in the cards.
Right, certainly the Golan Heights are not on the table at any stage.
And this is the only thing.
Wherever.
This is the only thing the Israelis are always united about. The Golan Heights is part of Israel. We never discuss it, or we'll never discuss it. And I think in terms from strategic security consideration, but the security along the 74 arrangement after the Yom Kippur War and reorganizing the relationships according to those security paths in Syria. This is important and very important for us, and I think this can be coming.
All right. Well, we definitely have interesting a week and perhaps potentially months, and it really does feel one way or another. This is we've said it before, but it really does feel this is in many ways a turning point. Doron Avital, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. It has been 80 years since World War II ended, but that conflict continues to grip the public imagination. With new books, movies, and 2 shows chronicling nearly all aspects of that period. But one story from the war is perhaps undertold. the role and contribution of the many Jewish soldiers who took part in the fighting, their battlefield heroism, belaying many of the stereotypes about Jews outside Israel that still exist today. One of those men was the Canadian Jewish navigator Mickey Heller, and the story of his and his comrades and what it meant to be a Jew fighting in that war and how they are remembered today is the subject of a new book coming out in November titled Zadie's Band, and written by his grandson, Aaron Heller, a journalist and author, and he joins us now. Aaron, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thanks, Caleb. It's great to be with you.
Well, tell us, who was Mickey Heller? Who was Zadie?
Well, my grandfather, Zadie, my paternal grandfather, who, when I was in Canada growing up, he was always around and we always knew his story, but he never really discussed it. It was always sort of like this taboo in the background that he was in World War II, but he came back from the war and basically never talked about it. It basically just became sort of like this non-topic. And I've always been curious, as you know me, we've known each other for a long time. And as a journalist, I was always interested in these stories, especially the World War II era ones. I made it sort of my career goal to have this beat of the Holocaust and World War II. And throughout my career, I've basically written dozens and dozens of stories about the World War II era figures, but I was getting nowhere with my grandfather. And so basically around 2011, right before his 90th birthday, I was like, enough already. I've done so many of these stories. I want to do one about my grandfather himself, and that's where our journey began. And the book basically chronicles the next 10 years of how we tried to go through this and discover what happened to him.
Well, talk a little about that specifically, what he did go through, and maybe the bigger theme involved here, which is the role, as I said, of the Jewish soldiers who fought in that conflict.
Exactly. Well, this started out really sort of as a narrow goal for me. It was really just a personal project to try and figure out his history. But very quickly, I figured out there's something much larger here than just his individual story. When you ask people about the Jewish experience in World War II, naturally, you're going to get just one answer. It's going to be the Holocaust. People are familiar with that story, but they're not familiar with the other side of the story, and that is that there were 1.5 million Jews who served in World War II in the various armies of the Allies. Of those, 250,000 died. And we're talking about people who didn't die in camps, they died on the battlefield. That was the majority of them were from the Red Army, from the Soviet Red Army, and from the American Army as well. But you've got Canada, you've got Australia, you've got England, you've got New Zealand, you got from every single place, in every single battle that took place in World War II, there were Jews there. And not only that there were Jews there, but they were there in a higher number than the overall population was. In Canada, for example, was 10% of the population. And that's including the whole population. So when you take into consideration, we're talking about military-aged men, it was about 40%. So it's this huge turnout. And what I discover in the book also, what I go into there, is that these are people who had dual motivations. They wanted to be patriotic citizens of their country. They wanted to prove their loyalty. And they also, of course, want to save their brethren in Europe. And to be able to do that, when I spoke to my grandfather, one of the few things he told me, and something that was echoed in many other veterans I spoke to, when I said, what was your motivation? And they said, we wanted to get even with Hitler.
And briefly, why do you think there is still some of these stereotypes, and certainly I would say they veer into anti-Semitic troops, that Jews, diaspora Jews, didn't want to fight in the war or in general in wars?
Well, there's a lot of different angles to look at it. First of all, part of it is the fact that it's just an unknown part of the story. Obviously, the victimhood of Jews during World War II is the prevailing theme. That's something we're all familiar with. That's the story that's told. It's just the story that hasn't been told. Another one is that, you know, when Israel came to being in 1948, the focus was on telling a different kind of story. It was about those who were connected to Israel. And that's another part of the book that I get into, which is that not only were these fighters in World War II so instrumental in that battle, but they were hugely influential in Israel's establishment in 1948. So many of them used that experience to come over to Israel, volunteer as foreign volunteers called Machal, which is an acronym in Hebrew for the foreign volunteers. And that is also a story that's not known in Israel because it doesn't really align with what was the default, I guess, narrative of early Zionism. But make no mistake about it, these World War II veterans, these Jewish veterans, and also many non-Jews, they were instrumental in establishing Israel. And even as foreign authority as Yitzhak Rabin and Ben-Gurion have said that there's a chance that without them, we wouldn't have won the war and there wouldn't be Israel. So this is a huge story that I feel has been underreported and underrepresented for a very long time.
All right, well, the book, their story, at least part of it told in Zadie's Band, the new book by Aaron Heller, now available for order from Amazon and, of course, other sites. And Aaron Heller, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thank you, Cliff.
And now a final word. This month marks the 11th anniversary of the Yemen civil war after the Iran-backed Houthi rebels seized the capital, Sana'a. The toll of this conflict has been devastating. Over 500,000 killed in little more than a decade. Many in the fighting, but tens of thousands also from starvation and a cholera epidemic, and over 4 million displaced from their homes. And the tragedy continues. Just this week, relief groups called on the world to boost aid and take action to prevent the situation there from deteriorating further. Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Yet it receives only a fraction of the attention from governments, media, and the public given to the Gaza conflict. There are no protests over the Yemen disaster, no high-profile conferences addressing the situation, no nonstop media coverage of the suffering of a Yemeni people whose problems the world has deemed as not worthy of the attention it lavishes on the Palestinians. But the one country that has stayed engaged with the Yemen issue, unfortunately, is Israel, having to respond to the continual missile and drone attacks launched by the Houthis, such as this week's drone strike on Eilat. They have carried out these attacks, though, not only against Israel, but have continued their harassment of international shipping in and around the Red Sea, attacking freighters with no connection to Israel, despite their claim otherwise. It has become clear that the supposed agreement announced last May by the Trump administration that halted U.S. airstrikes on Yemen in return to a stop on attacks against American ships, or the half-hearted naval action taken by a coalition of European nations to protect freight vessels in the Red Sea, has done little to deter the Houthis from their provocative actions. Now, Israel has shown that its Air Force and Navy can deliver powerful blows against the Houthi regime, including last week's strikes on their military headquarters and other targets in Sana'a. But with Israel and Yemen separated by a distance of over 2,000 kilometers and facing an enemy utterly indifferent to the human suffering of its fellow countrymen, there is a limit to even the IDF's capability in retaliating against and deterring the Houthi attacks. And in truth, this is a threat which should be dealt with first and foremost by the international community, especially by the U.S. and Europe. The right of free passage by ships in international waters is one of the pillars of the global legal and economic order, and one that the Houthis have brazenly violated time and again. Much greater military pressure must be brought against not only the Houthis, but also an Iranian regime that continues to support and arm the Houthis. And this should be accompanied by more extensive media coverage of the dire humanitarian situation the Houthis have created in Yemen and a greater global outcry against the crisis being almost criminally ignored. So perhaps instead of sending warships to accompany a performative aid flotilla heading to Gaza, nations such as Spain and Italy and their European brethren would make better use of their navies by sending them back to the Red Sea to protect those ships being attacked on an almost weekly basis by the Houthis. And Israel should no longer have to stand alone against a rogue regime whose defiance of international norms, without facing the appropriate consequence, will only encourage itself and other bad actors to take even worse provocations in the future. Thank you for joining ILTV Security Brief.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב! ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
באמת יותר טוב משם.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
And on October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program.
Now, as we approach Yom Kippur, a time of reflection and giving, many families in Israel are struggling to put food on the table. One organization that's been making a real difference is Yad Ezra V'Shulamit, dedicated to feeding children and families in need. Well, joining us now is celebrity chef Jamie Geller to talk more about their work. Jamie, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Jamie, tell us, how should we be preparing for Yom Kippur?
Look, Yom Kippur is such a powerful day. My advice is to give, give, and give again. Tzedakah is one of the keys to getting sealed for a good year. When you think about it, when you give charity, God gives as well. When you have compassion on others, God has compassion on you.
Right. Now, Jamie, we live in a country, a world with so many great causes to support.
Yeah.
So where are you giving your charity before Yom Kippur?
You're right. There are so many incredible causes, but there are different levels of charity. And here's something that you should know. Giving food to hungry people in Israel is the highest level you can possibly give. Yad Ezra V'Shulamit is feeding the poor all across the country, and that is where I'm giving this Yom Kippur. So I'm asking every viewer before Yom Kippur, do one more good deed, hear the cry of the hungry, the widows, the orphans, those who have lost everything because of the war. Give from your heart, and in that merit, may you be sealed for a year of life, health, and abundance.
And Jamie, maybe tell us a little about what it means for these families to get this kind of need, especially as you mentioned, it's just overall such a challenging time for Israelis.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. There's a whole new sector of society called the new poor. Before the war, they were not poor. They were on the giving end, and now they're on the receiving end. So you can imagine the humiliation associated with that. Yet Ezra V'Shulamit does everything they can to give in the most respectful manner. And when we give to support with food baskets and donations, basically we are making the difference between having food on holiday tables or no food at all.
All right, certainly something that can make a difference. Thank you, Jamie, and Gemar Chatima Tova for the Yom Kippur holiday, of course.
Gemar Chatima Tova. Thank you.
And for our ILTV viewers, you can take part right now. Just scan the QR code on your screen and help Yad Ezra V'Shulamit feed people in need all across Israel in the coming year. Remember, your support can change a life. It can even save a life.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're bringing you the biggest headlines from Israel and the Middle East in just 5 minutes. I'm Caleb Ben David, and today is day 733 of the war in Gaza. Let's get into the top headlines of the hour. Just a day after the second anniversary of the October 7th attack, key talks are underway in Sharm el-Sheikh to end the Gaza war, with U.S. President Donald Trump claiming broad support for his peace plan and saying a deal is close. Trump said that negotiations to end the war in Gaza and secure the release of Israeli hostages are very serious, and that every other country in the world supports the plan. Speaking alongside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in the Oval Office, Trump said his teams are working to finalize the deal to bring peace to Gaza and the entire Middle East. Before their departure for Egypt, Trump met top advisors Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, with the White House now saying the plan focuses on the immediate return of the hostages and security guarantees for Israel backed by broad international support.
We're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen. But there's a real chance that we could do something, so you may have some questions on that later.
The White House is reportedly turning up the pressure to finalize a Gaza peace deal within days, with the senior U.S. official telling Israel's Channel 12 that Witkoff and Kushner will not leave Egypt until an agreement is reached. In a wide-ranging conversation with the right-wing U.S. commentator Ben Shapiro, Prime Minister Netanyahu reaffirmed Israel's determination to end the war and bring the hostages home, but only if Israeli conditions are met. Netanyahu praised President Trump for his leadership on the new peace initiative, saying his involvement could be decisive in bringing the hostages home and creating a new regional reality.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon, with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
And over the Sukkot holiday, Israelis marked 2 years since the October 7th massacre, a somber anniversary for an unbroken nation. Communities across Israel held heart-wrenching gatherings with one message: bring them home. 48 hostages remain in Gaza, 20 of them believed alive. Their return have become the nation's daily prayer. With peace talks now underway in Egypt and Hamas signaling agreement to a U.S. brokered plan, there is some hope that their return could be imminent. But for Israel, this anniversary is not about diplomacy alone. It is about memory, justice, and determination 2 years on. The message remains clear: Israel wants its dead, honor its heroes, and will not rest until every last hostage is home.
אחינו, כל בית ישראל, הנתונים בצרה ובשביה, העומדים בין בים ובין ביבשה, המקום ירחם עליהם ויוציאם מצרה לרווחה, ומאפלה לאורה, ומשעבוד לגאולה. השתה בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן.
That's it for this edition of ILTV. Stay tuned for further updates on the hour, or download that app on the QR code by scanning the QR code on your screen. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Ladar Gravelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accepts Trump's peace plan, expressing optimism the hostages may be home in a matter of days. Meanwhile, inside Gaza, the IDF has halted its Gaza City offensive and is taking a defensive posture in the Strip. And tens of thousands gather in Tel Aviv to rally for the release of the hostages. Prime Minister Netanyahu addressed the nation last night and for the first time expressed optimism that all the hostages will soon be home. Netanyahu signaled strong support for the Trump peace plan for Gaza, describing it as a very significant achievement for Israel. More from ILTV's Debo Klein.
Addressing the nation last night, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel is on the verge of a very significant achievement, and he hopes to announce the return of the hostages held by Hamas very soon.
אנחנו על סף הישג גדול מאוד. זה עדיין לא סופי. אנחנו עובדים על כך במרץ, ואני מקווה בעזרת השם שבימים הקרובים, עוד במהלך חג הסוכות, אוכל לבשר לכם על השבת כל חטופינו, החיים והחללים כאחד, בפעימה אחת, כשצה"ל נשאר בעומק הרצועה ובשטחים השולטים בה.
Ahead of mediated negotiations due to begin in Cairo, Netanyahu said that he instructed the Israeli negotiating team to make the process as short as possible, noting that President Trump will not tolerate stalling tactics, delays, or evasions by Hamas.
אני הנחיתי את צוות המשא ומתן בראשות השר דרמר לצאת למצרים כדי לסגור את הפרטים הטכניים של שחרור חטופינו. הכוונה שלנו והכוונה של ידידינו האמריקנים היא לתחום את המשא ומתן הזה בימים בודדים. ושמעתם את הנשיא טראמפ הערב. הוא אמר בבירור, לא נסבול לו תרגילי דחייה, משיכת זמן או התחמקות מצד החמאס.
In his address, the Prime Minister outlined the phases of the agreement, reiterating that the first stage will see the immediate release of the remaining 48 hostages.
בשלב הראשון, החמאס ישחרר את כל חטופינו, וכוחות צה"ל ייפרסו מחדש באופן שצה"ל ימשיך להחזיק בכל השטחים השולטים בעומק הרצועה. אני שומע שיש כאלה שאומרים היום שהחמאס היה מוכן כבר לפני שנה או אפילו לפני שנתיים לשחרר את כל חטופינו מבלי שניסוג נסיגה מלאה מהרצועה. טוב, אני אומר לכם, זה פשוט שקר.
The Prime Minister outlined the second phase, which, if materialized, would essentially see Israel achieve all of its war goals.
עכשיו, בשלב השני, החמאס יפורק מנשקו והרצועה תפורז. זה יקרה או בדרך מדינית לפי תוכנית טראמפ, או בדרך צבאית על ידינו. גם את זה אמרתי בוושינגטון.
Netanyahu reiterated his stance that only Israel's military pressure, combined with Washington's diplomatic moves, is what made this deal possible.
כדי להחזיר את 48 חטופינו הנותרים, הנחיתי לפני כמה שבועות את צה"ל להיכנס למעוז החשוב ביותר של החמאס, העיר עזה. במקביל, תיאמתי עם הנשיא טראמפ וצוותו מהלך מדיני שהפך בן רגע את הקערה. במקום שישראל תבודד, החמאס מבודד. וכתוצאה מהלחץ הצבאי העצים שהפעלנו והלחץ המדיני, החמאס נלחץ להסכים לתוכנית שהבאנו.
The remarks by Prime Minister Netanyahu followed dramatic developments over the weekend led by U.S. President Donald Trump to bring the Gaza war to an end and return all Israeli hostages within days. U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social late Saturday night that Israel had agreed to the initial withdrawal line, which the U.S. had shared with Hamas. Awaiting Hamas's confirmation, the ceasefire will be immediately effective and the hostages and prisoner exchange will begin, paving the way for the next phase. This marks another step forwards towards the implementation of President Trump's potential agreement, which he said will end the, quote, 3,000-year catastrophe. Over the weekend, Trump announced the agreement, describing it as a big day.
I want to thank the countries that helped me put this together: Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan. and so many others, so many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out.
Indirect negotiations between Israel and Hamas are set to begin tomorrow in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff is on his way, and the Israeli team, led by Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, is preparing to depart. Senior U.S. and Israeli officials are saying that if the talks go smoothly, the hostages could be freed within a few days. The plan, coordinated directly between Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, calls for a tactical Israeli withdrawal, with the IDF remaining in most of Gaza while all hostages are released immediately.
We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents, because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive.
Hamas has signaled partial acceptance under heavy pressure from the United States and Arab states. Trump had given the group until tonight to agree fully or face, quote, grave consequences.
So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented, but thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East, and we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
And following orders from the political echelon, the IDF is taking defensive positions in Gaza and has halted the offensive in Gaza City. The army remains deep inside the Strip and remains ready to respond to any threats or provocations. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
IDF Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir ordered the Israeli army to prepare for the implementation of the first stage of U.S. President Donald Trump's plan to end the war in Gaza and free the remaining Israeli hostages. The IDF statement read, in accordance with the directives from the political echelon, the Chief of the General Staff instructed to advance readiness for the implementation of the first phase of the Trump plan for the release of the hostages. At the same time, it was emphasized that the safety of IDF troops is a top priority and that all IDF capabilities will be allocated to the Southern Command to ensure the protection of the troops. The moves by the IDF chief came after statements from Trump and Hamas signaling a possible breakthrough. Zamir held an urgent meeting with top generals for what the army called a special situational assessment in light of the developments. The Trump agreement allows the IDF to remain deployed in Gaza during the first phase of the agreement. Zamir told commanders to maintain maximum readiness and rapid response to any threat during this sensitive period. The move to a defensive posture came after Trump publicly called on Israel to stop airstrikes as he pushes to finalize his peace and hostage release proposal. Meanwhile, the IDF has issued a stark warning to Palestinians not to return to Gaza City, calling the area a dangerous combat zone. IDF troops are still encircling the city, and the military continues targeted defensive strikes against imminent threats.
The Trump plan to end the war in Gaza is receiving strong backing from key players within the Arab and Muslim world, as well as from the United Nations and Western world leaders. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey are pressing for the deal. The Palestinian Authority and the UN are also expressing strong support for President Trump's Gaza Peace Initiative. Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas welcomed Hamas's positive response to the plan, calling it a crucial step towards a ceasefire, the release of the hostages, and the reconstruction of Gaza under Palestinian leadership. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said Hamas is ready for peace, describing the moment as a rare window of opportunity for the region. And in Geneva, UN Rights Chief Volker Turk called the Trump plan a vital opportunity to end the bloodshed once and for all, urging all parties to act in good faith. Interesting how some of these countries are jumping on board the so-called peace agreement, even though they have been inciting towards terrorism against Israel for years and continue to do so even as we speak. And joining us now with more on U.S. President Trump's peace plan is Ari Harrow, former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ari, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Lidar.
So you know the Prime Minister well. You've been in these sort of closed-door negotiations alongside him at the White House before. You have, I would say, unique insight into sort of the processes. There's so much noise, so much misinformation surrounding Trump's plan and how it came to be. I want to ask you, what is the bottom line? What goes on behind the closed doors?
Well, I think what we're witnessing is actually an intense relationship like no other that we've seen in the history of the U.S.-Israel relationship. And as such, the level of coordination and the level of communication between the White House and the Prime Minister's office today is unprecedented. As such, a plan like the one we're seeing today is definitely something that was discussed back and forth and agreed upon before it was shown the light of day.
And there are still a lot of questions. First and foremost, of course, Hamas's response, which said yes to some aspects and no to sort of some of the core tenets of the plan. I mean, what do you make of this?
I don't find it at all surprising. We are very familiar here in Israel with the fact that, first and foremost, Hamas is a murderous, treacherous terrorist organization. Their goal, their stated goal, is the destruction of the state of Israel, the murder of Jews, not only in Israel, of course, but globally. And as such, any type of dealings with them is going to be, I would say, the opposite of smooth sailing. I understand that the current plan that we're seeing really has succeeded to a certain degree so far just because of the leverage that President Trump and the United States have been able to bring on the broader Muslim world and the Gulf states that trickles down to Hamas. But in dealing with Hamas as its own entity, we should never forget, not even for a second, who we're really dealing with.
And why now? I mean, why is this plan coming together now? Why not a year ago? I mean, why now?
So I think there's a number of different opportunities that sort of came together. Firstly, there was a window after Israel and the U.S. attacked the Iranian nuclear installations. But at that point, Hamas still felt that they could hold out longer. And part of that, mind you, is because of the support that they received from European capitals that expressed willingness and action towards recognizing a Palestinian state. When Israeli spokespeople spoke out and said, you are giving a prize to terror by recognizing Palestinian statehood, this is exactly what they were referring to. And as such, instead of bringing the war closer to an end, instead of bringing the hostages closer to being home, they actively pushed it away. And I think that when those countries saw that the United States was not budging, when Israel took decisive action by targeting Hamas leaders in Qatar, when Israel took decisive action by sending troops into Gaza City, I think they realized that time is running out. And once President Trump was able to recruit, most specifically, Turkey and Qatar, where the Hamas foreign leadership situates itself, and recognizing that they may no longer be welcome in those capitals, did Hamas realize that this is a hand that has been fully played.
All right, Ari Harrow, thank you so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
My pleasure.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for at-risk youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
And moving on, tens of thousands gathered in Tel Aviv last night to rally for a ceasefire hostage deal, as the U.S.-led proposal to end the Gaza war appears to be moving forward. A huge placard held above the crowd read, "It's now or never," echoing the message of U.S. President Donald Trump and posting images of the banner. With negotiations expected to begin soon, hostage families are calling this a decisive moment, sending a united message: bring them all home. The families say these are days that will determine whether the living hostages return for rehabilitation and the deceased return for proper burial. They're thanking President Trump for his initiative and calling on Israeli leaders to seize this opportunity. The families of the Israeli hostages expressed cautious optimism.
And yet we must remember that on the other side of the fence, there is a terrorist organization that killed, butchered, slaughtered, tortured, and still tortured after kidnapping. And we need to make sure we, the Western countries, our allies, the mediators, of course Israel, we have to make sure that this deal goes all the way through. I have no expectations of these murderers, but we, the Western world, must make sure that this deal comes through this time all the way till the end, until my cousin Tal is back home.
I'm calling President Trump, please do everything, put any pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu and also on the Hamas to make it happen. We've got to finish this war. We've got to bring them all back home now, not tomorrow, now, right now.
We are going to the cemetery on Monday. We have so many to pay, so many dear ones to pay respect to. It's not an easy week, but we're holding for the hope that this is going to end. We want our lives back. We want our normal daily life back. We want the region to heal.
And on October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program. And moving on, Thursday's terrorist attack on the Manchester synagogue, in which 2 Jewish worshippers were killed, and has left many in the Jewish community questioning their safety and future in the UK.
The Manchester synagogue attack dominated headlines in the UK over the weekend, with the attacker being named by police as Jihad al-Shami, a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent, an alleged rapist who was shot dead at the scene by police officers. The perpetrator's father, Faraj al-Shami, is a trauma surgeon. He tried to distance the family from his son's attack, calling it a profound shock and saying they strongly condemn this heinous act. But old social media posts have since emerged showing the father's support and glorification of terrorism, including Hamas's October 7th attacks. On Friday, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer visited the site of the attack, pledging that his government will rise to the challenge to defeat anti-Semitism. The government has deployed hundreds of extra police officers around synagogues and Jewish institutions in the UK. But many in the Jewish community say this is not the way and are calling out on the UK government to stand firm against terror and radical Islam. Starmer attempted to do so, issuing a statement calling on protesters not to take to the streets out of respect for British Jews. But his polite request fell on deaf ears. As just one day after the shooting, mass anti-Israel protests in London took place, with hundreds detained for glorifying terrorism. As such, in light of the British government's perceived weakness against terror, anti-Semitism, and radical Islam, many Jews are now questioning their future in the UK.
It's very difficult to articulate at this moment in time how the Jewish community is feeling. For 2 years now, we have felt lonely and isolated. We've raised this issue of high levels of anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic hate crime targeting Jewish people, and at times there's been very little solidarity and support from people who should know better. So at this moment in time, we are calling out to everyone to wrap their arms around the Jewish community and show us that support, because make no mistake, Jewish people here are actively questioning whether we have a future in the United Kingdom and whether this country is going to be as welcoming to our children as it has been to myself and my family over many generations.
More headlines for the Summit Flotilla this week as Greta Thunberg and her partners in crime, who illegally tried to break a maritime blockade and sail into a war zone, have been detained. And now, after sailing on a party boat where Israeli authorities found condom wrappers and booze, they are decrying their treatment here in Israel. Thunberg claiming the beds are uncomfortable, that there are bed bugs, and she's not being given enough food to satisfy her appetite. All this according to a letter sent by the Swedish embassy to her family, after Swedish officials were allowed to meet with her in her detention cell. Really? Well, cry me a river. I have to say the audacity of this privileged girl is unbelievable. She knowingly broke the law for the second time, pulling off nothing more than a publicity stunt. Her aid convoy? Well, it turns out it didn't even have any aid.
I'm inside one of the vessels, one of the largest vessels to come in this Yom Kippur flotilla. And while we're processing this boat, there's one thing missing, guys. All this aid that they were supposed to bring into Gaza, which explains one thing to me, I'm sure it explains to you, that when we and multiple other countries offered them to take this aid and bring it to the Gazans, we could facilitate its safe arrival, they flat out rejected it. And now we know why, because it was never about bringing aid to Gazans, but it was all about the headlines and the social media followings.
And for the Israel haters watching, yes, the flotilla group even confirmed in a statement that there was little to no aid on board. So why the stunt? Because Greta and her friends know full well that Israel will not mistreat them. Israel will simply send them back on their merry way so they can continue to smear Israel and attempt to break the law all over again. Officials were allowed to meet with Greta. What about the hostages? There are currently 20 hostages still alive in Gaza. They are emaciated, starving, being tortured, not by being given an uncomfortable bed, but really, actually brutally beaten and tortured. They have no food, little water, and some have not seen sunlight for nearly 2 years because they are being held in an underground dungeon. So Greta, spare us all this entitled whining and complaining. You are a criminal, you are a liar, and you have no idea what real suffering is.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
And with that, let's take a look at the weather forecast. Partly cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside hot temperatures with highs of 28 degrees Celsius or 83 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Ladar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Tomorrow is Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish year. And just yesterday, Trump and Netanyahu unveiled a sweeping peace plan. Is this politics or is it divine timing? The Abraham Accords were signed 3 days before Rosh Hashanah. October 7th, the greatest calamity to befall the people of Israel since the Holocaust, fell on Simchat Torah. And now this, on the eve of Yom Kippur. Could peace itself be a miracle? Is Trump some kind of messiah? Tonight, we ask the rabbis, is God's hand guiding history right before our eyes? I have with me Rabbi Tuli Weiss, founder of Israel 365, and Rabbi Daniel Rowe of Aish. Let's get started. So I want to start with this. Is it really possible, or is it even correct, to make peace with people who have literally been trying to kill us, not just for the last 2 years, but for generations? Is this a Jewish thing to do, Rabbi Rowe?
I'm not sure who else one makes peace with, but with enemies. But yeah, one can't be naive about, one's not making peace with Hamas. Trying to make peace between Israel and the Muslim world, Israel and the Arab world, Israel and as many Palestinians can see through their own perspective on things and find a way to peace. Absolutely. I don't think there could be something better to aspire for or try to get done. Not naively, not stupidly, but if there's a possibility of peace, what more, I mean, geopolitically, what more could we ask for?
Tuli, do you agree?
Well, I would agree, and I'll just try to give a more of a spiritual angle to that question because, like you said, we are on the eve of Yom Kippur, and Yom Kippur actually teaches that this is the thing to do, and we are meant to reach out to those who we have nothing in common with. Yom Kippur, of course, we read the book of Jonah, and in the book of Jonah, God tells him to go to the city of Nineveh. And at first, the prophet is not at all interested in collaborating with these sinners and with these enemies for good reason. But Yom Kippur teaches us that we are all God's children. We refer to God as Avinu, Avinu Malkeinu, in our prayers. And sometimes, you know, those of us who have children, we know that our children don't always get along. However, the Jewish people, our role is to be the older child, the more mature one, the B'ni B'chori Yisrael, the elder child, the firstborn son. And in that role, we have a responsibility to stand up to the plate even when it is uncomfortable and to take a more of a responsibility, especially in this region. And that's what we're going to try to do here. And even if it's hard, even when we want to run away, Yom Kippur reminds us that God really loves all of his children.
And that's very beautiful. But when you think about a country like Qatar, which likely bears quite a bit of responsibility for the massacre of 1,200 Israelis on October 7th, what, suddenly we're going to welcome them as Israel's security partner? Rabbi Weiss, comments.
Well, I don't think that anyone is going to make Qatar our security partner. Israel has demonstrated that it knows what it's doing in terms of keeping our people safe. And the Qatar relationship is very, very tricky. For now, everyone is trying to pretend that they are an ally in getting the hostages home. And that's the most important thing right now. I think that everyone in Israel has been trying to analyze the deal that Trump and Netanyahu released yesterday. And all we want is to be able to go into Yom Kippur knowing that all of our hostages, dead and alive, come back to in our return to Israel.
But Rabbi Rowe, Trump's plan seems to leave out sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. It seemed that we were actually getting very close to annexing part of the lands. Are we really ready to give that up yet again?
First of all, we went to war on October 8th, and literally day after October 7th. We went to war with two very clear goals, and I think you can always forget like where we were, where we are now. And these goals, for the whole 2 years, we've been told are irreconcilable, getting the hostages back and getting Hamas out. And we've been praying for this. And praying for it with a minimal loss of life of Israeli soldiers, minimal loss of life for Gazan civilians. And all of a sudden, this is coming on our plate. I mean, we don't yet know, will Hamas sign it, won't they? But I think even a week ago, if someone would have said, this is what's on the cards realistically. I would have thought it was crazy. Weeks and weeks more of fighting. It's going to ultimately be a choice between hostages or Hamas. Yeah, we don't know what the future is going to hold, but sovereignty is a separate issue. The sovereignty question is a question of the broader peace in the Arab world, how one deals with all the Palestinians in the West Bank. Israel doesn't have easy options in the West Bank, but the war's been in Gaza. There was parts in Lebanon, parts in Iran. And I want to also pause and say, when we think about all those we know who've lost loved ones and whose loved ones have been injured fighting in Gaza and have been saying to us, things like, and all the national debates over what's the price, what's worth it, those heroes who sacrificed everything and who went to fight from October the 8th till now, if they're able to achieve that we get all the hostages back and we get Hamas armed and out of there, and the possibility for a restart, wow. I mean, with or without that, we owe them everything. But wow, there's something almost miraculous compared to where we thought things were a month ago, 6 months ago, a year ago. So sovereignty question, I think, is decouple the questions. They're separate questions. That's not a price for the Gaza thing. That's about bringing the Arab world into peace or not, and how the long-term management is going to be. And that's an important question, how we deal with Palestinians there. But this, if it really is what it sounds like, Baruch Hashem.
And Rabbi Weiss, do you agree with that? Because, yesterday when Trump was talking, he spoke a lot about what he called Middle East peace, regional peace, and that this was actually a greater vision. We know, at least publicly, that Trump has said he's not in favor of annexation. So do you feel that this is something that is going to come along with the end to the war, the inability to have sovereignty over Judea and Samaria?
So first of all, I agree that we're not giving up sovereignty right now. It's just a matter of timing, right? Is this the right time to insist on sovereignty in Judea and Samaria? And a lot of people are, especially in my camp, people who are very committed to the cause of Judea and Samaria, are getting mad at Trump right now and blaming Trump. But I don't think we should be blaming Trump, and I don't even think that we should be blaming Netanyahu. We've had the opportunity to talk a lot about Judea and Samaria and the importance of our biblical heartland, and we have not done a good enough job. We have to remember that it is on us. Yom Kippur also reminds us not to be pointing fingers at other people, but to look in the mirror and see where we have gone wrong and what did we not do enough of this past year, and especially those who care deeply about sovereignty in Judea and Samaria. We need to ask ourselves, did we do enough in the past year to advocate for Yehuda v'Shomron? And what more can we do to demonstrate to our own government and to the American government that this land and every inch of it belongs exclusively to the Jewish people?
Now, I want to jump back to something that I mentioned during the introduction, which is that October 7th fell on Simchat Torah last 2 years ago. The Abraham Accords, of course, were signed really right before Rosh Hashanah. And now this, just 2 days before Yom Kippur. Do you see a deeper connection between these sacred times and today's events? Is it spirituality of the time that is actually impacting announcements like the one we saw from Trump yesterday? Rabbi Rowe, why don't you take that?
We definitely always believe that we're not prophets, so we're not blessed with the ability to fully understand everything God's doing. But this is certainly a time when judgment is coming into the world, where if cataclysmic, good or bad events are going to happen, earthquakes, this is the sort of time of year. I want to make a broader point, though, linking back to everything you've been saying, because I think this is so important when we talk about the spirituality of the moment and what we focus on. If you look at our prayers, we definitely talk about the land in our prayers and our return to the land. But we talk about God as sovereign over the world. And we talk about, this the time of year where Abraham and Isaac and all these biblical events took place. The schism between Isaac and Ishmael and the reconciliation. These are all this sort of time of year as well. And we remember that when God promised Abraham the land for the very first time, when he says, Lech lecha, go on the journey to the land, he says, V'nivrechu v'cha kol mishpachot ha'adama. Through you must be blessed all families on earth. And I think the last 2 years will have shaken us and are going to build a new Israeli society and a new world. We don't know what it's going to be, but I believe that we have to hear in our hearts the call that the nations of the world are screaming at us. And somewhere deep inside is a call to us. Don't take sovereignty until you can prove, I think, this is my little, till you can prove that you can be the blessing to the whole world. And I think we can. I think we've shown heroism, courage, many things. I think it's time for us as a nation to feel, what are we together and how can we be a blessing to the world? And I think, yes, this time of year when we're introspecting is very likely to be a time of year where God says, okay, you're praying so deeply, you're ready to take on a new challenge. Here, I can offer you the positive judgment.
And certainly Jewish tradition also says that the Mashiach, or the Messiah, will come after a great war where the nations will actually rise up against Israel, like we saw on October 7th, and certainly the rise in anti-Semitism. But then they will put their swords down and we will live in peace. Rabbi Weiss, do you believe that we're living in those times? Do you honestly believe that Israel could be on the cusp of peace?
I definitely believe we're on the cusp of not only peace, but our greatest era. The whole world right now is looking at Israel, talking about Israel, thinking about Israel, and now I know it's not all negative. It's not all positive. A lot of it is negative. It seems like most of it is negative, but that doesn't concern me. They've always been talking negatively about the Jewish people. If you know our history, so we've been called a lot worse than being called names on social media. We are called to be a light unto the nations, and while much of the world is really challenged with their own younger generation, right? What's going on with the kids today? First of all, most people are not even having children above a replacement level, and those who are, the kids are being brainwashed and manipulated by technology. We have seen over the last 2 years that our children, the next generation, is our greatest generation. That gives us a lot of hope. And also the fact that our people have really come together in ways that is attracting the awe and the admiration of millions and millions of people around the world. So yeah, we are on the cusp of something great. I can see Israel becoming the regional superpower, not just because we have the strongest military or economy, but because we have a culture, a society that is based on the wisdom of the Torah, and everyone in the region and the world is going to want to start to be a part of that and recognize the God of Israel.
Now, that sounds very messianic, and obviously, people have compared President Trump to King Cyrus and the role that he played. Could Trump sort of be the catalyst then to the Messiah, or some kind of Messiah in this era, Rabbi Weiss?
Could Trump be the Mashiach? So I have to say, no, I don't think that Trump could be the Mashiach, because we actually, nothing against President Trump, I love him, and we have specific criteria to be the Messiah. The Messiah, the Mashiach, the Jewish Mashiach, has to be somebody who comes from the tribe of Judah, from a descendant of King David. And he has to be somebody who meets specific criteria. He has to defeat the enemies of Hashem. He has to bring the people closer to the Torah, and he has to build the third temple, the Beit HaMikdash. However, I do think that maybe, like what Rav Kook said about Theodor Herzl, that he might be similar to Mashiach ben Yosef, the other Mashiach. Judaism has two messiahs, and the Mashiach ben Yosef is more of a political leader who will get the process started and ultimately, though, not finish the job, and that job will be finished by the true Mashiach, the Mashiach, son of David, ben David.
And evangelical Christians themselves have said that God put Trump in the White House and then saved his life to put him there again. After last night's performance, how accurate do you think those statements are? Is this for such a time as this, as the Megillah says, Rabbi Rowe?
I'm always reticent to map out exactly where we are in history. I think every single war I've lived through, somebody said, I think there's no question that God keeps sending opportunities, and we're very blessed to have friends in America, yes, from the White House and outwards, and so many good friends. I think the key, though, is that we have to grasp moments. And we do need to understand, we've basically been fighting a war of independence for nearly 100 years. I mean, since the Nebi Musa riots, the 1920s. But we've also begun to thrive and heal as a nation. I think we have to start to think, can we grasp the moment and shape the future? The Muslim world is a natural ally of the Jewish world. They're monotheists. They believe in God. They believe that he gave us a role. They believe in spreading sort of values. I mean, there's a natural alliance between the Christian world, the Jewish world, the Muslim world. There's a way in which the world can start to come together and think very differently. And it's that vision that from Isaiah chapter 2 and Isaiah chapter 11 and all the way through the prophets, the vision of humanity coming together, we have to start engineering that, making these dreams become possible, starting in our own backyard and connecting all over the world. And in today's hyper-connected world, conversations here can be beamed everywhere. Ideas here can connect everywhere. And we have to start dreaming big and turning those dreams into actions.
But I do have to play the devil's advocate. I mean, the Torah does command us to defend ourselves. How do we reconcile that with the dream of a nation shall not lift up sword against nation? Until yesterday, Netanyahu claimed we have to get the job done in Gaza, not despite the hostages, but actually for them. Rabbi Weiss, can you respond?
Well, he's right. We have to get the job done. And it does talk about that there will be peace, but that will be after the war. And like we mentioned a minute ago, even in the Messianic times, there will be a big war where Israel will emerge victorious. And we need total victory from that war. And only then will nations not lift up their swords against nations. They will put down their swords. And so the war that we are in definitely feels like it is leading to something greater, and we need to finish the war, absolutely, and with total victory, so that way we can move on to the next stage, and God willing, the stage of peace.
Rabbi Rowe, do you agree?
I agree. I mean, it's known in the tradition that the bad prophecies don't have to happen. So the worst potential vision of the war doesn't have to come about. But we have to also remember that war is never the goal. Right? The goal, if you look in the Torah and throughout the prophets, you see the same pattern. If you have to fight a war, it's a mitzvah, it's an obligation sometimes to do it, to defend yourself. But it's never a good thing that you were in that situation in the first place. Right? The original plan is in the book of Numbers is the ark was meant to go ahead and do it all for us. Later, we keep falling in levels. You have to fight more and more in the wars. But when you reach the right level, I mean, King David was not allowed to build a temple because he'd had to fight wars. Every single war he fought was necessary. He was a hero for doing it. The soldiers who went to battle were heroes. But it was only when you can transcend and bring the world to peace and the knowledge of God, that's when you really deserve to have the house of God and the reconciliation of everything. So we again thank every soldier and every family who's sacrificed in the bottom of our hearts, and we defend Israel on the global stage from all the horrific demonization, and we thank our allies in all of these. But at the end of the day, we have to look past this. We know as a nation we're not here to win wars. We're here to win peace, and we're here to win the unification of mankind under God.
Now, I mean, speaking of demonization of Israel, when Western governments just announced recognition of a Palestinian state, I mean, is that just politics, or do you feel that that might be a moral or spiritual sin even against the Jewish people? And how do we deal with that on Yom Kippur? Rabbi Rowe, maybe take that as well.
Well, I think forget what the Western governments say. I mean, we shouldn't forget it. It's real, it's got meaning, and it can lead to lots of other consequences. We have to ask ourselves, what do we want from Palestinians? Whether we like it or not, Hashem put us back in the land with another people here, people, many of whom descend from us, right? Many of whom are Jews, people, many of whom believe in, and almost all of whom serve the same God we do, and yet we found ourselves in a horrible war. And we can blame them and not us. But we've got to think, what do we want for them? Not just what do we want for ourselves in the land. That's very nice and important, right? Hashem's returned us their land, our land. But what do we want from them? What can we offer them? And I think that's not a question for the left of Israel to ask. That's a question for its religious and right wing to ask. How can we build, it's like Isaac and Ishmael. They fought, and it wasn't Yitzhak's fault that Ishmael had attacked him. But in the end, Yitzhak took the responsibility to bring Ishmael back into the home. And I don't know the answers to that question, but I know the world won't let us stop thinking about it. And I think we do have to ask ourselves, what is a good position for them as well as for us? And that may be a difficult question, but it's difficult questions that lead to answers that are much more creative than we currently have, and lead to not either or, but some kind of win model that can build a better world. I'm sorry I don't have a great answer, and I prefer to float up there, but I do think that's important.
For sure.
Can I weigh in?
Yes, please.
Can I weigh in? I think that you asked a really good question there. Is it a spiritual sin against the Jewish people to recognize a Palestinian state? And I wanted to give a strong answer to that, especially because I know that ILTV has a lot of non-Jewish audience members. And I think that the greatest sin for non-Jews in general, but non-Jewish countries to commit spiritually is the sin of stealing the identity of the Jewish people, the sin of theft. And that is something that we read about in our high holiday prayers. We read about the giving of the covenant of the land to Abraham to give to his son Isaac and not his son Ishmael. And that is something that is central to our identity as Jews, which is why we read it on the high holidays. And that is core to our identity. And so when the non-Jewish governments get up there and make declarations and say, well, actually, we believe that this land belongs to the children of Ishmael, that is the greatest spiritual theft imaginable. It's not so much a sin against the Jewish people, it's a sin against the God of Israel, but most importantly, for those presidents and prime ministers, it is a sin against their own people. Because when they get up there and block God's plan for the world, which was that the smallest people would have a small little piece of land and there to worship God, when they get in the way of that plan, they are bringing great curses upon their own nations. And what's amazing is that both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump both alluded to that and mentioned in the press conference yesterday, Genesis 12:3, I will bless those who bless Israel, I will curse those who curse Israel. And President Trump said that those countries that encourage anti-Semitism and that stand against Israel are cursed. He said that they will fall. And so I think that that is something that these countries need to recognize as, yeah, it's a major sin against the people of Israel, but it's also a sin against their own countries.
Thank you so much. And we're going to have to wrap up. So I want just in 30 seconds, as we get ready for tomorrow, which is Yom Kippur, with this plan on the table, and as we go into this day of reckoning, Rabbi Ro, really in 30 seconds, what is the right prayer for Yom Kippur? How can Jews worldwide help shift the needle to a better new year?
Exactly what the prayers say in the prayer book, that we should be blessed by God to become the people God wants us to be, individually and collectively, and then be able to shine a light of blessing into the whole world.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, that is all that we have for this edition of Insider. For more analysis from Israel and the Middle East, tune into our 24/7 streaming channel and download the ILTV app. You can also catch more interviews with leading voices twice weekly on the ILTV podcast, available on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Ayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching. Gemar Chatima Tova and Shana Tova.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית. אולי תהיה יותר טוב ממשל. גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו בעזה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor Vador, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
And joining us now is Zalman Duchman, Executive Director of Kolel Chabad, the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel. For over 200 years, Kolel Chabad has been providing food, housing, and critical support to families and individuals in need. He's here to share more about the organization's work and how the public can take part in its efforts. Thank you for joining us.
Shalom, Sivan. How are you?
Shalom. For viewers who may not
Shalom.
be familiar, can you give us a quick overview of Kolel Chabad and the work that you do?
Kolel Chabad is the oldest continuously operating tzedakah charitable organization in Israel, continuously operating since 1788, established by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi. I actually carry his name, Zalman. Kolel Chabad was established when the first of the students of the Baal Shem Tov came to the Holy Land of Israel from Russia in 1773, and from that point on, Reb Shneur Zalman himself took personal responsibility to support them financially. Kolel Chabad continued unabated from then till this very day. It was always headed by each of the Chabad Rebbes. In 1978, the Rebbe appointed my father to expand the work of Kolel Chabad, and my family has been involved ever since. And that's what Kolel Chabad is.
Now, what are some of the specific initiatives or programs that you're focusing on right now?
So I would say over the past 250 years, the way we operate has evolved with time. Today, we're our largest in food distribution and helping in food help. So food is the most basics of human need. Every human being needs food. And so right now, talking about for the Chagim, it's very important to provide cooked meals, especially for elderly, those that are homebound. Food plays a very important role in celebrating Chag, celebrating Sukkot, in celebrating even Yom Kippur. There's Erev Yom Kippur, the Eve of Yom Kippur, the breakfast of Yom Kippur. So the food plays a very important role, and especially in the realm of cooked meals. There's many elderly people that live at home and live alone and don't have family to go to and don't have where to join and don't have the ability to cook and prepare their own meals. So this is something that Kolel Chabad does on a daily basis, 365 days a year. But around holiday time, it's even more important.
Absolutely. And finally, how can people watching get involved or support your efforts?
Sivan, I think it's very important, especially now leading up to Yom Kippur, that people use the opportunity. I was reading today in the CNBC had a report that they were doing about stress. And somebody that was researching stress, he says one of the best ways to relieve stress is to help somebody else. This is something, and it's like a new discovery, like good morning. God's been saying this for many, many years. And when we turn to God for help, that God should give us a good year, the best thing we could do is to help somebody else. That's why it's been a tradition for many years that before Yom Kippur, people send out especially for food. So thank you very much. Have a Shana Tova to you, Mituka, and a meaningful Yom Kippur.
Thank you very much, Zalman Duchman.
And on October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're bringing you the biggest headlines for Israel and the Middle East in just 5 minutes. I'm Khaled Ben David, and today is day 733 of the war in Gaza. And let's get into the top headlines of the hour. Just a day after the second anniversary of the October 7th attack, key talks are underway in Sharm el-Sheikh to end the Gaza war, with U.S. President Donald Trump claiming broad support for his peace plan and saying a deal is close. So close that, according to Israel's Ynet, both Israeli and U.S. officials have been told to prepare for the possibility that Trump himself will arrive to the region for a signing ceremony of the agreement to end the war. Speaking alongside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in the Oval Office, Trump said his teams are working to finalize the deal to bring peace to Gaza and the entire Middle East. Trump met top advisors Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner before their departure for Egypt, with the White House saying the plan focuses on the immediate return of the hostages and security guarantees for Israel backed by broad international support.
We're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen. But there's a real chance that we could do something, so you may have some questions on that later.
The White House is reportedly turning up the pressure to finalize a Gaza peace deal within days, with a senior U.S. official telling Israel's Channel 12 that Witkoff and Kushner will not leave Egypt until an agreement is reached. Senior officials from Qatar and Turkey are reportedly joining the talks at Sharm, including Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed Abdulrahman Al Thani. In a wide-ranging conversation with the right-wing U.S. commentator Ben Shapiro, Prime Minister Netanyahu reaffirmed Israel's determination to end the war and bring the hostages home, but only if Israeli conditions are met. Netanyahu praised President Trump for his leadership on the new peace initiative, saying his involvement could be decisive in bringing the hostages home and creating a new regional reality.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon, with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with, get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
Meanwhile, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who has opposed any deal with Hamas that includes the release of Palestinian security prisoners and an end to the Gaza offensive, visited Jerusalem's Temple Mount holy site this morning and called on Netanyahu to continue the fight until total victory.
אנחנו שנתיים אחרי הטבח הנורא, כאן בהר הבית יש ניצחון. בכל בית בעזה יש תמונה של הר הבית. אנחנו היום שנתיים אחרי מנצחים בהר הבית. אנחנו בעלי הבית בהר הבית. אני רק מתפלל שראש ממשלתנו יאפשר ניצחון מלא גם בעזה, להשמיד את החמאס, עד השם נחזיר את החטופים וננצח ניצחון מוחלט.
Over the Sukkot holiday, Israelis marked 2 years since the October 7th massacre. A somber anniversary for an unbroken nation. Communities across Israel held heart-wrenching gatherings with one message: bring the hostages home. 48 hostages remain in Gaza, 20 of them believed alive. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you can continue to follow us or follow our app. Just download that QR code there on your screen. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kalev Ben-David.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Mayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and I'm so happy to have back our viewers and our listeners. Now, I have with me today a very interesting guest, an author of a book called Israel Valley. His name is Edward Kuckerman. He is a veteran venture capitalist and the founder of Catalyst Investments. Edward, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for welcoming me.
Of course. Now, your book, Israel Valley, just came out at a very pivotal moment in English just in the last few months, almost 2 years into the war that started on October 7th. Yeah. Why did you feel that this was the right time to publish it in English?
I mean, the book was published initially in French and published in Chinese and other languages, but due to the war, a lot of things have happened in the last 2 years, especially in the, obviously, the war had an impact on the economy. It had an impact also on many civilians that have been involved in the war, directly or indirectly. The high-tech companies have been affected, and also the image of Israel has been affected. We saw also during that war how important the technology is, but also what are the limitations of technology during October 7. So we felt that it's a good timing to refresh the book completely, reedit it. We had done that with the two co-writers, Ron Valman, who is American, who joined us to really refresh the book, and also Professor Daniel Roach, that has been writing with me for many years. And we've done a common work to really show a new angle to what's going on in the high-tech industry today.
And you talk about Israeli innovation as what you called a technology shield. Explain to me that metaphor.
The technology shield has been seen very clearly during this war with the Iron Dome system. We saw that without the Iron Dome, we probably would have not faced the threat from Iran, from the Hezbollah, and even not from the Hamas. And this impact of the idea of the Iron Dome was really, I think, just an illustration of Israeli technology capabilities. We see that there are also, in this field of the Iron Dome, new disruptive technologies like the Iron Beam that will also change the way Israel will defend itself in the future. But the technology applied to the military application is not the only issue. Obviously, the high-tech industry had an impact on the Israeli economy. So it's another kind of shield, because I think that without the high-tech industry, the Israeli economy would be very weak. It has been the growth engine of the economy for many, many decades.
It's more than 50% of the GDP, or close to 50%?
It has probably, the high-tech company has a smaller impact, but the indirect impact is huge. You have also business tourism. You have a lot of real estate projects that are related to the success of the high-tech technology and the entrepreneur that hired so many people in the industry. So it has an impact on almost every aspect of the industry. Today, the vast majority of the export is high-tech product, and the rest is technology related to agro-tech or military technology, which are considered low-tech. But I would say that almost 100% of the export of Israel today is technology related. So that's another aspect, the economy, but obviously it helped also integrating immigration for many, many decades. We had 1 million immigrants that came from the former Soviet Union. Obviously the fact that 37% came with an engineering degree enabled to integrate them into the high-tech industry, but also to boost the high-tech industry. I think that without this population, we would not have the type of growth we had in the high-tech industry in the year 2000 and 2010. So that's obviously had a major impact, and we see that in so many aspects. So we address all those aspects that also in terms of academy, the universities, a big portion of the financing of the university is the licensing of the company developed at the university and the link between the high-tech industry and those universities. So we see that in so many aspects that we think that we had to give a different angle. We came also with Professor Daniel Roche with a more academic angle, Ron with an American angle, and I came with more venture capital experience and investment banking experience.
Of course, and you're also from France. So, tell me a little bit about that French integration. Is that also played a role in the high-tech industry? Where the French community fit into all of this?
The French community is today, I would say, the immigration from France is more important than ever. Also because of the crisis going on in France with anti-Semitism. My father was for many years the head of the Jewish community in France, and he had been facing this challenge of anti-Semitism in France that has been growing in the last years. But the French immigration has an impact, but not a major impact. Obviously, the funding of the high-tech companies came mostly from the U.S. Right. We have been seeing the direct funding and direct investment by corporation and by investors into the high-tech company, and indirect through the venture capital industry. Mm-hmm. When I started my first venture fund in 1993, we were 3 venture funds. Now we are 400 venture funds.
Wow.
So the industry has grown a lot, and most of the funding came from the US. So I would say that the impact from France was, in that sense, more limited.
Interesting. Now, you mentioned the Iron Beam as the next, generation of the Iron Dome. So tell me a little bit about that. And also, I understand that your investment company has been somewhat involved in the development of this great technology.
We have followed a company called Sivan, which has developed the laser technology, which was the key technology to deploy the Iron Beam. Mm-hmm. And this technology has been, for 18 years, the company, when they started speaking about it, looked like Star Wars. But
right.
Now they have managed to integrate that into the Iron Dome system, and it was really very efficient during the conflict, especially against drones, but also against missiles. So we think that the main difference of the Iron Beam is that instead of firing a missile that costs $100,000 to stop a rocket or to stop a drone that costs tens of dollars, which is, it doesn't make sense in terms of the economic.
The cost of lives, of course.
But the economic impact is very heavy on Israel. So if you do the same job, even better, using a laser technology, which is really the cost of energy, it costs $2 to $5 every time you use it. And it's done in real time at the speed of light. So that's much more efficient, and that's, I think, the solution for the future for many of the threats that are coming from our neighboring countries.
Unless the Trump peace plan goes through and we no longer have rockets running into Israel, right? But let's
inshallah,
hold our breath,
inshallah,
right?
As we say in the
exactly,
region. Yeah.
Exactly. So I want to ask you about Israel's innovation system in comparison to, let's say, the American one in Silicon Valley. How would you compare and contrast those two innovation systems?
So when we describe in the book the key factors, we identify 7 factors, and some of them are similar, but some of them are really different. Obviously, the impact of the military experience that many of the young soldiers have at a very young age, where they use state-of-the-art technology tools and they have many responsibility at a very young age, is something that is very special. Also, the application of this military technology applied to civilian application, I think it's also something that is very unique. For example, we're the only venture fund that invested in Mobileye. Mobileye is a company that was eventually sold to Intel for $15.3 billion. So this is technology enabled to avoid car collision. And when we invested, there were a lot of competitors that were able to identify the red light, the white line, but they were not able to identify the pedestrian. So at Mobileye, you had a lot of engineers coming, most of them from 8200, that were able to divert a missile in real time when suddenly there is, for example, a person coming in and they need to neutralize a missile at the speed of a missile. So if you're able to do that, you're obviously able to do it at the speed of a car. So in order to avoid car collision, Mobileye came with this solution. I think there is also, in my view, it's the first AI technology company that made a major exit, and it's also the first auto tech company in Israel that made an exit. So I think for us it was an amazing adventure, but it's just an illustration on how military technology can sometimes be used to apply it for the benefit of the civilian.
Do you think that the military is the major driver of our innovation, just the fact that we have such a difficult security situation?
It's not that the venture industry invests much more funding than what even the army is investing. I mean, there are maybe some specific field where the army is still investing a lot of money. But the thing is that the people coming from the army at a very young age gain so much experience, and that they are also, there is a word in Hebrew, the tachles, they have to develop in a real short period of time. They have responsibility over soldiers, so they gain the type of experience that in other society you won't gain until you have a much more advanced age. So I think that's one element. Obviously, the fact that we're a melting pot with people coming from all over the world is very, very special, even though in California you have a lot of immigrants. Mm-hmm. But the Jewish culture is very special. For example, here we are this issue of resilience. You see that today. It has also an impact on the attitude of the entrepreneurs. There is also the Jewish tradition where the concept of tikkun olam, how to improve the world. When we invest in biotech company or medtech company, the people we invest in, they don't come to us and say, we want to become a unicorn. They typically say, we have developed a technology that can do a major change for people suffering from Alzheimer or from cancer.
They want to save the world.
So they want to improve the life of the people. And that's what brings them to create their own companies. So I think it's very special in the Jewish culture. Also the concept of Passover when people want freedom. And I think that's also part of the startup nation culture. So there is element which is linked to the Jewish identity, which I believe as differentiate ourselves to maybe different high-tech ecosystems.
Which is so beautiful. I mean, you yourself have invested billions and done many cross-border deals, but I'm wondering, after October 7th, has this shifted? Are you seeing that people are less inclined to want to invest in Israel?
Yes, unfortunately, it is the case. We see that even today in the numbers. I've been seeing the crisis of 2000, 2008, where we had a drop in terms of investment in the venture industry and investing in high-tech company. But it was for a short period of time. Now we are 2 years afterwards and we see the impact. There is the impact through the venture funds. For example, the amount raised by the venture funds in these last 12 months is about 80% less than the year 2021. So obviously 2021 was a peak, but it has a long-term impact because today we still enjoy some of the funding available from the fund that were raised in 2021 because we deployed the money over 4 or 5 years. Right. Now, what will happen in the coming 2 or 3 years? Also, there will be, it will be challenging, not only this year, but probably next year for the investors to invest in Israeli funds because also there is a certain image, there is uncertainty. Hopefully an agreement will be reached, but still investors don't like uncertainty. So we will face, I believe, a crisis for a longer period of time. And by the way, this is why we created a platform called Catalyst Investors Club, which enable private investors from all over the world to invest directly in companies that were backed by venture funds. So the idea is to enable a private investor that is an accredited investor that understands the risk to cherry pick the companies he like. We show currently above 300 videos. We created this video, most of them using AI capabilities, and we show them different opportunity in different sectors. And they can cherry pick the one that they like and co-invest together with leading funds. This is helping funds to get more funding to support their portfolio companies.
But you do mention in the book something that you call cracks in the shield. I mean, what is a crack in the shield, and what are the cracks that concern you the most?
So one crack is related to the point I just made regarding the fact that there is less funding. The importance of the venture and the high-tech industry is so in the economy is such that we cannot afford to support the economy without this high-tech industry continue to without seeing us developing this industry over time. And this funding, when it's blocked, what will be the impact? That's a big challenge. The other challenge we see, if we speak about cracks, for example, the Muslim community has been successfully integrated in the ecosystem, mostly in the medical field. But the poorest population today in Israel is the Hasidic community, is the Orthodox community. And it's up to now, it has been very hard to integrate them into the high-tech ecosystem. We invest in a fund that is dedicated to support the Hasidic entrepreneurship, but it's very limited. And they need really to have a basic understanding on the mathematics, computer science, and start learning that in order to contribute. They have a lot of skills. They can do it. But right now, the leaders of the rabbinic community, the Orthodox community, is very reluctant to enable this community to integrate the Israeli high-tech ecosystem.
Do you think, piggybacking on that in terms of cracks, that the reliance on the defense industry to be able to develop these technologies is hindering our development in other areas, like let's call it climate tech, for example, or other areas? And as the world shifts and potentially, God willing, again, we'll say peace one day, we won't need as much defense tech. Will we not be working in the fields that become most important to the world?
I think the climate tech is challenged not because of what's going on in Israel, but in general with the speech of Trump in the UN. I think he made his point very clear. So it's hard for people to invest in long-term, renewable, for example, energy infrastructure, while the government doesn't support that. That's a big issue. I think that regarding Israel, you can see in the latest statistic that the bulk of the funding has been done in cybersecurity, in defense tech, and in AI. Right. And the other sector have been affected. But, because we've been investing for 32 years, we see there is always, more fashionable technology. We've seen that it's coming back and forth. So right now, those are the three technology that the investors are coming in. That's where you see probably the most, the highest number of exit. You saw with Wiz. That was sold for, I think, $32 billion. So the cyber is very appealing. And the defense, obviously, the increase of the allocation of the European nation to invest more in defense has also an impact. The other concern that I have is also the fact that some countries, especially in Europe, are reluctant today to buy defense tech technology from Israel. And they may be also reluctant to buy European Israeli technology in other sectors. So that's also something we have to understand. So the consequences of the war on the long term. And that's something that we don't know how much time it will take to come back to what we had before the war.
And thinking of long-term consequences of the war, one of the things that I've been reading a lot about is this mental health technology or trauma tech. The idea that we're going to have maybe 3 million Israelis that are suffering from some kind of symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression. So we're going to need to be able to serve those people and don't have the capability in terms of the manpower to do so. And so technologies are popping up, which actually could be very relevant in Ukraine, in the United States, where there's a lot of this as well. Do you think that that's going to be a new field for Israel?
Fortunately, we have a lot of experience in, these people that are wounded and hurt, not only psychologically but physically by the war. So there are some companies that did well in developing medical device for people that was wounded during the war. And it's more problematic, I believe, when we speak about people that are suffering from trauma, because the business model depends very much on the government. The government have very little resources right now, and they don't put enough resources to face this challenge. So, medical device and biotech company has managed to raise funding because there is a huge international potential, and the bulk of the market is obviously not in Israel.
Right.
But I think that it's in general more difficult right now to raise money for medical technology, for healthcare. We're doing a lot of effort. Our investment bank, we have 12 people raising money for many biotech and medtech companies, but the period is more challenging for that industry.
It's interesting. And you mentioned the Haredim or the ultra-Orthodox. I mean, obviously there were also issues in the country with judicial reform, other social cohesion issues that have gone on in Israel. When the world looks at those as well, does that have deterrence the same way, the October 7th ongoing war has had on Israel?
I didn't understand
the
that,
social cohesion issues, when they are exported to the world, you watched before the war started, all of these judicial reform protests, or you see some of these other challenges we're facing internally that then export themselves sort of in the news to the world. Do those also hinder investments?
Yeah, it was before October 7th.
Right, of course.
Obviously. Today, there is more cohesion and more, the people are, I see people from different political views that are serving in the army. We are really in the survival mode. So the attitude is very different, and I don't think that it doesn't matter from which political party you are. I think that almost all the Israeli population was supportive of what happened, what are the steps that were taken regarding Iran, regarding the Hezbollah. And if at the end of the day we have the release of the hostages in Gaza, I think that there is much more cohesion than any time before. So I think this problem was a big issue before October 7th. It's less of an issue today.
Fascinating. And, in terms of the international image of Israel, do you think that the technology, the things you're talking about, for example, in your book, the incredible innovation, could be part of our Hasbara? And if so, how could we more effectively use the technology rather than looking for the investments, but to improve Israel's image?
Yeah. It's a good point. I think the high-tech is a message that is of interest for any population in the world. When you disrupt an industry, you come with a solution that is to help people that are facing cancer or diabetes. We invest in a company, CureLife, focusing on fighting people that have diabetes problem. We are in a situation where we address that to everyone. I was spokesperson of the army for many years. I was also quite a lot in the news in Europe, speaking about the situation. It's always challenging when we speak about the military action. And when you speak about the high-tech industry, my first fund went public at the time in Europe, and I was presenting in 1997 already the high-tech industry to the European investor community. They were more intrigued, more interested to learn about it. The political issue is put aside, and I think it's a very good way to present Israel.
Yeah, so hopefully, through the book and through other ways, we'll be able to do it more. Now, you've been in the space for 35 years already. And
32, yeah.
32, almost 35
okay.
years, okay? So, modest. Tell me, do you think the DNA, though, of the Israeli entrepreneur has changed over those 30 years, from what we were when the kind of concept of the startup nation and the young entrepreneur was to where we are today?
It has changed a lot. First, one of the challenges that the entrepreneur have today is that in order for an Israeli entrepreneur to do an exit, he needs to reach a critical size of $100 or $200 million sales per year. Mm-hmm. In the past, you could go public at a $100 million valuation a few years after you created the company. And that's why we call it the startup nation, because we're good at creating startups. Today, if you want to be successful, you need to create an international operation to have critical size, have sales all over the world. So you need different skill sets than what you needed many years ago. That's also why today the statistics shows that from the day you created your company till the exit, for exit above $200 million, you have to wait for 18 years. So it's more challenging. It's a long time. And that's also why we shifted our investment strategy at Catalyst from early stage to investment in more mature companies and pre-IPO companies, because we know we cannot afford to wait 18 years to make an exit. So that's why the profile of the company is evolving, and the profile of the entrepreneurs that support the company until the exit is different. But I think that one thing that also impacted is a war. We have to today, because it's harder to raise money, we have to show very fast that the business model of those startups, it's a profitable business model, and it's not only R&D center, and people want to see results, and they are very cautious about their investments today. The valuation is more linked to how fast the company can be profitable than just having, as we used to have, a company that was ready to go for a long way but burning a lot of cash. So a lot of elements have changed that impact the way the founders and the managers have to operate.
So are there different staff members as well? Like they have to recruit not just engineers, I'm assuming then, but businessmen, marketers?
Exactly. One other aspect in the war is that many of the companies decide to establish their headquarters overseas. You see that before the war, only 25% of the Israeli startups were established overseas. Today, we're at 45%.
Oh, wow. Just in the last 2 years, it's grown that much.
So it's a big change. And it's obviously easier to recruit people that have marketing experience. They know how to go to the market when they are overseas, rather than hiring them in Israel or bringing talents from overseas to Israel. So we see this trend, unfortunately, that many of the Israeli entrepreneurs decide to establish their operation first overseas and not necessarily in Israel anymore.
And I guess that would be why we see in the Israel Innovation Authority the reports that we're seeing less hiring going on in the high-tech sector in Israel.
Yes.
I'm assuming it
and that's even before you see the impact of the real impact of the war and the impact of AI within many companies that will not need so many engineers, software engineers, as they needed to have before.
Oh, wow. So now in the book, do you offer some of these tips to the more international companies? Like, in other words, this is about Israel, but are any of the lessons applicable for companies that are not Israeli?
Yes, I think our experience, for example, in venture capital is obviously very unique, because Israel is a small country, but it's a huge ecosystem in the high-tech industry. For example, there are more unicorns in Israel, about 100, than the number of unicorns all over the EU put together.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Israel has a great experience. When we published a book in Italy, at the time, there were about $10 billion invested in the high-tech industry the same year, while there were 300 million euro invested in the Italian market. So the allocation, the expertise, there is field of expertise where Israel has a unique positioning, especially in relation to cyber and biotech, and where, for example, 7 of the leading drugs in the world were developed at the Weizmann Institute. Oh, so Israel is appreciated, and we have gained a lot of experience. Obviously, the American is the first market, the leading market, but for example, we see a lot of interest from European companies, even Asian companies. We have raised quite a lot of money from Asia in the past, and we think that this is something that will continue over time.
So we're going to run out of time, and I just want to ask you one final question. You know, this podcast is about 30 minutes long. People will remember some things, other things they'll forget. But if you had to give one final headline to describe the book, the takeaway that you really want people to have about Israel Valley and the Israeli ecosystem, what would it be?
I think Israel has developed so many great technologies in so many fields over the time. Even though it's a challenging period, it's also a period of opportunity. I think it was Ross Perot that said, when there is a crisis, there is an opportunity. So it's a good opportunity for international investors, especially investors from the US, to look at opportunities today in Israel. The value of those companies are cheaper. We offer them with this Catalyst Investors Club platform the opportunity to cherry pick the company they want to back. So I think that when there is a crisis like that, it's also the time to look at opportunity in that market.
So from crisis comes opportunity. Well, Edward, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And joining us now with more on U.S. President Trump's peace plan is Ari Harrow, former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Ari, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Lidar.
So you know the Prime Minister well. You've been in these sort of closed-door negotiations alongside him at the White House before. You have, I would say, unique insight into sort of the processes. There's so much noise, so much misinformation surrounding Trump's plan and how it came to be. I want to ask you, what is the bottom line? What goes on behind the closed doors?
Well, I think what we're witnessing is actually an intense relationship like no other that we've seen in the history of the U.S.-Israel relationship. And as such, the level of coordination and the level of communication between the White House and the Prime Minister's office today is unprecedented. As such, a plan like the one we're seeing today is definitely something that was discussed back and forth and agreed upon before it was shown the light of day.
And there are still a lot of questions. First and foremost, of course, Hamas's response, which said yes to some aspects and no to sort of some of the core tenets of the plan. I mean, what do you make of this?
I don't find it at all surprising. We are very familiar here in Israel with the fact that, first and foremost, Hamas is a murderous, treacherous terrorist organization. Their goal, their stated goal, is the destruction of the state of Israel, the murder of Jews, not only in Israel, of course, but globally. And as such, any type of dealings with them is going to be, I would say, the opposite of smooth sailing. I understand that the current plan that we're seeing really has succeeded to a certain degree so far just because of the leverage that President Trump and the United States have been able to bring on the broader Muslim world and the Gulf states that trickles down to Hamas. But in dealing with Hamas as its own entity, we should never forget, not even for a second, who we're really dealing with.
And why now? I mean, why is this plan coming together now? Why not a year ago? I mean, why now?
So I think there's a number of different opportunities that sort of came together. Firstly, there was a window after Israel and the U.S. attacked the Iranian nuclear installations. But at that point, Hamas still felt that they could hold out longer. And part of that, mind you, is because of the support that they received from European capitals that expressed willingness and action towards recognizing a Palestinian state. When Israeli spokespeople spoke out and said, you are giving a prize to terror by recognizing Palestinian statehood, this is exactly what they were referring to. And as such, instead of bringing the war closer to an end, instead of bringing the hostages closer to being home, they actively pushed it away. And I think that when those countries saw that the United States was not budging, when Israel took decisive action by targeting Hamas leaders in Qatar, when Israel took decisive action by sending troops into Gaza City, I think they realized that time is running out. And once President Trump was able to recruit, most specifically, Turkey and Qatar, where the Hamas foreign leadership situates itself, and recognizing that they may no longer be welcome in those capitals, did Hamas realize that this is a hand that has been fully played.
All right, Ari Harrow, thank you so much for joining us today and for your unique insights.
My pleasure.
And joining us now to discuss these major developments is former ambassador to the United States and Deputy Foreign Minister, Dani Ayalon. Thank you for joining.
Shalom, Sivan.
Shalom, Dani. Do you see Trump's plan as some kind of a historic opportunity or another short-lived proposal that may fade away with time? What's your assessment?
Well, it's a great plan, but it hinges on Hamas agreement. The fact that all the Arab countries, including Hamas allies, Turkey and Qatar, which both are Muslim Brotherhood, they are both Hamas countries, which also accepted it, I guess lends this opportunity a great chance, because if Hamas does not approve, and I don't think it has the power not to approve, then it's a huge embarrassment to its benefactors, Qatar and Turkey. Also, they would be subject to enormous pressure and punishment moves. The leadership of Qatar stays in five-star hotels in Doha, in Qatar. They can be expelled from Qatar. Their bank accounts can just be frozen. So there is a lot of leverage of Qatar. And now, which after Qatar publicly accepted the plan, and probably it was arranged before President Trump made the announcement that Qatar agreed to it, then I think it's very hard to go back. And indeed, Hamas right now is isolated. And if they reject the plan, then they will bear the consequences. And the President Trump made it very clear that if they do not accept the plan, today he added 2 or 4 days max for them to accept it, then of course Israel would be free to do whatever we need to do.
Now, Netanyahu managed to secure some edits into this proposal. Do you think Netanyahu is really on board, or is this being forced on him at this point?
I think Netanyahu should be on board. I'm not talking about the political implication, but from a strategic geopolitical point of view, it's a very good plan for Israel. As far as his coalition, if the right-wing parties, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, namely, do not accept it, then I think the Prime Minister would have a choice whether to bring in Gantz's party, which I think he would be willing to come in to implement such a plan, or he may go for elections on this plan, which is a positive agenda, unlike what he has had so far. And of course, if the right-wing parties accept it, more for it to continue and implement it. But again, it's very much up to Hamas. Right now, Israel is in a pretty good condition, also hopefully vis-a-vis the European countries and other bodies in the international community to actually break this political siege and isolation that we have been very wrongly subjected to.
Mm-hmm. Now, some Arab and Muslim states pledged to realize the plan if it's implemented. Which of these states really matter here, in your opinion?
I think both. First of all, Qatar, because I think Qatar is the key point to make or break with Hamas, more than Turkey, more than anyone else. Secondly is Egypt, because Egypt is the one on the other side of the border, so they would have a major role, first of all, to make sure that no more illegal weapons come into Hamas, and also they would have a stake in policing and making sure that the implementation of this agreement will go smoothly.
Danny Ayalon, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Well, joining us for more on these issues is Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, now a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, and Ambassador Michael Oren, the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Gentlemen, thank you for joining. Michael, I'm going to start with you. This meeting, of course, today between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, many are looking at it as a potential turning point in the war or towards its finish. Before we break down some of the specific points, just your general impression about what are the chances that this really will be, an opportunity to bring the war to its conclusion and free the hostages.
Good to be with you, Kalev. I can't assign an actual percentage of a chance. I've read this this proposal in detail to what has been published so far. And I've written about it. And on paper, it seems to be a cogent, compelling argument. Hamas has to accept the fact that it has lost this war. Hamas has to say that it has lost, that it is willing to lay down its arms. Those Hamas members who want to stay in Gaza have to actually swear, they have to take an oath that they will forswear terrorism, that they'll accept basically the peace process, accept Israel's right to exist. Those Hamas officials who do not want to take that pledge will be put on a boat and shipped elsewhere overseas. And on the other side, the Israeli government is not going to have to agree to discuss what the Saudis have called a pathway to Palestinian statehood, which is a very high hurdle for the present government of Israel and it's in the coalition. So to tell you whether there is going to be a tremendous chance that Hamas is going to surrender or that Mr. Smotrich and Ben Gvir are going to discuss Palestinian statehood and end the war, I can say there's not a very high chance. Having said all that, though, President Trump wants this war ended. He wants it ended either by military means or by diplomatic means, by negotiations, and it wants it over quickly. He wants it over quickly. He wants to proceed on Saudi-Israeli peace. He wants that Nobel Peace Prize, which I think he deserves richly. And so Prime Minister Netanyahu is heavily dependent on Mr. Trump right now. He's what's standing between us and international sanctions. And Prime Minister Netanyahu will do everything possible to accept this peace deal. And Hamas may play it as Hamas has always played it, which is to say, we accept the deal, but with all sorts of reservations, and let's talk about it.
Right. And Jonathan, how are you feeling about this deal? And maybe the question of does it answers Israel's security concerns? Because there's a lot of novel features in this deal, including, for example, a multinational Arab Muslim force in or around Gaza, something Israel has never really had to deal with.
Yeah. So I agree with what Ambassador Owen said, always words of wisdom from him, but I'll say this. The first Trump plan to end the war was probably undercooked. It's a good idea to get Gazans out, rebuild the place, get Gazans back in, and to completely change the trajectory of the Gaza Strip. That wasn't made diplomatically well enough, and President Trump didn't have the Turks or the Egyptians or the Europeans or the other Arabs on board, so that plan didn't happen. This plan seems better cooked. There's more buy-in by regional and local players, but I would still say that the scale of naivete, there's a lot of the 21 points are pretty high on the scale of naivete, because to ask Hamas to renounce terrorism and to disarm, lay down their weapons is, I think, 100% contrary to their very core beliefs and their real ethos as mukawama, as resistance, as they see themselves. And I think that the likelihood of that happening is very low. I also think that as long as that doesn't happen, and I don't think it will, then I struggle to see any foreign Arab international peace force that will actually come in and face reality on the ground, which will be low intensity or mid intensity fighting, guerrilla and terrorism. So whereby I totally agree with what Ambassador Oren said, there's a lot of pressure on Israel and on Hamas's backers, on Turkey and on Egypt and Qatar to make this deal now and get it done. At the end of the day, Hamas, I think, will probably refuse, and they will try to use Israeli refusal in order to pin the blame on Israel.
Right. And as you both pointed out, there's elements here that Hamas has already said they'll reject disarmament, but there are also a couple of problematic points for Israel or this current Israeli government. The introduction of the Palestinian Authority or a reformed PA at some point in the governance of Gaza. The other renewal of peace talks with the aspirations of Palestinian statehood as an ultimate goal. Both things Prime Minister Netanyahu has rejected as recently as the UN, speaking to the UN General Assembly last week. Michael, how much wiggle room does the Prime Minister have here to say yes, but?
Not much, as I said earlier. We are facing international isolation. The Prime Minister has said as much. Remember the Sparta remark. And what is standing between us in that isolation is one person. It's Donald Trump. If, President Biden used to say don't. You remember that, Caleb? Said don't, and everybody did, including the Palestinians, the Iranians, and Israel. We did. When Donald Trump says don't, this prime minister is going to have to think many, many times before he goes ahead and goes against the will of this president. And that extends not just to discussing this pathway to a Palestinian state or PA involvement in those negotiations or in that final arrangement, but also the question of annexation. Which the prime minister is under mounting pressure within his coalition to agree to a partial or complete annexation of Judea and Samaria. And Donald Trump has expressed himself unequivocally against this. It's not the first time. He did it even his first term in office as well. So Netanyahu has to tread very, very carefully to avoid a head-on collision with this president. And we saw at the UN last week, Kalev, on the question of Ukraine, how this president can change positions very, very quickly. Right. We cannot afford that.
Right. And Jonathan, you both mentioned Hamas likely to refuse some of them, but there is one point in this plan that specifically says that if one of the parties don't agree, meaning Hamas, some of the changes can be implemented in areas that are already secure, meaning are under IDF control. How likely is that happen while the IDF is still operating, that is going to be able to meet some of these conditions, introduce some kind of, like, for example, new civilian administration in Gaza?
Yeah, I think the game changer here could be Egypt. And if President Trump will inform the Egyptians that he's had enough of them blocking Gazans from getting out, and that he wants a temporary solution for Gazans out of Gaza into Sinai, that could be the virtual rug being pulled beneath the feet of Hamas, and that could really be the game changer that shuffles the cards and really rebalances the situation in Israel's favor, actually in Palestinians' favor, but to the disfavor of Hamas. I think we're getting more and more indications that there's less patience with the Egyptians in DC, and that more and more people are understanding that their obstructionism and, frankly, their cruelty towards Gazans is what has been one of the reasons why Hamas has been able to hold on for so long. In addition to the hostages that they took, are 48 hostages that are still there and need to be brought back. But the fact that they have been keeping the gates closed is something that has allowed Hamas this wiggle room and diplomatic oxygen. If that changes, if Hamas refuses Trump's proposal, and then pressure is applied on Egypt, that could be the game changer that Hamas really doesn't want, but that could be really good for Israel.
Right. And speaking of good for Israel, Michael, one of the potential benefits here, obviously the release of the hostages first and foremost, the end of fighting in Gaza, but perhaps expanding the Abraham Accords, bringing some more Arab and Muslim states. But the plan doesn't specifically cite any commitment by those states to do so. So what are the chances that this will bring more states, and should that be something that should be more forthcoming in the process?
Well, let's be honest with ourselves here. Hamas is not going to release all the hostages. Hamas is evil, but it's not stupid. And Hamas knows that the day it releases the last hostage, the day that the IDF goes in there and destroys Hamas. And not surprisingly, in the last few days, Hamas has said, well, we don't know where they all are. There are several who are missing, accounted for. And that was entirely expected. One would have expected in a negotiation under normal circumstances that the United States would offer a sweetener to the Israelis. Say, okay, make a concession on this pathway. Make a concession about a possible involvement of a reformed Palestinian Authority in the future. God knows what reform means and whether the Palestinian Authority is capable of reforming itself. Make those gestures, and the United States will compensate you. With a peace agreement, for example, with Saudi Arabia, or we'll bring Indonesia into the Abraham Accords, or Azerbaijan, which is kind of low-hanging fruit. Who knows? Maybe even Pakistan into the Abraham Accords. And that will enable Netanyahu to go back to his coalition, go back to his contingency in the Likud and say, hey, look, we're making a sacrifice, but look what we're getting. We're getting peace with the Sunni world and the possible bonanza worth hundreds of billions of dollars in trade. He could do that. But the question is whether now, in our weakened position, vis-a-vis the world in this war, Israel has that type of leverage. It had that type of leverage back in 2020, where in exchange for not annexing Area C of Judea and Samaria, Israel was able to get the UAE to join the Abraham Accords. I don't know if we have that same leverage today, but that certainly would be a sweetener, Kalev, for Netanyahu to go back to the Israeli public and say, look what I'm getting for making what is essentially a symbolic gesture to the Palestinians and the Arab world.
And Jonathan, as you both have said, there's a good chance this deal may not succeed. Or if it does, it's still going to be a while towards implementation. In the meantime, IDF forces are on the ground in Gaza, operating in Gaza City. How do you see that operation, if that is the case and the war must go on, how do you see it progressing now in the next weeks or even months?
Yeah, I just came from the Gaza border, actually, so I heard a lot of the noise and I spoke with a lot of the people on the ground. I would say that it's basically talks and tanks. My friend at FDD, Mark Dubovitz, he just coined that, and I'll credit him. It's talking and tanks on the ground. That's what's happening. And Israel is still using the military on the ground in order to apply pressure on Hamas and to show Hamas that this can get much worse if you continue to hold on to the hostages and to refuse to surrender. And things are happening in DC, which is part of that pincer movement. On the ground, there still, unfortunately, is a lot of Hamas infrastructure. There are a lot of Hamas fighters that are still capable of fighting, that if Israel wants to actually win the war, they need to either be killed or to surrender, or for a political agreement to be achieved. I am very concerned about the hostages. The situation isn't positive, and I think that that is the ultimate ace up Hamas's sleeve when it comes to applying pressure. So Israel is applying pressure on the ground and politically. Hamas still has those hostages, and I agree with the assessment of Ambassador Warren. Hamas are extremely evil, but not stupid.
All right, talks and tanks. I think Winston Churchill said, better jaw than war.
Right.
But it looks like we're going to have plenty of both, at least in the coming days. Jonathan Conricus, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And Ambassador Michael Oren, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you to you both, and Gemar Chatzima Tova. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And here in Israel, the holidays are coming up. As Israelis prepare to ring in the new year, a staggering amount of food will go to waste. This Rosh Hashanah, households are expected to spend nearly 9 billion shekels on food, with 1.4 billion shekels worth, some 260,000 tons, wasted. But Leket Israel is working to change that by providing people in need with beautiful Rosh Hashanah boxes filled with fresh fruits and vegetables.
At Leket Israel's logistics center, volunteers are working around the clock, preparing holiday boxes filled with fresh produce and symbolic foods for the new year.
Well, basically what we can see is all these volunteers that are especially packing up the symbols of Rosh Hashanah, of the Chag that's going to be next week, to 65,000 families.
Yedidia Rosenberg, the head of agency relations at Leket Israel, explains the nonprofit specializes in food rescue, salvaging surplus fruits and vegetables directly from Israeli farmers and fields.
To start here with the dates, are one of the fruit and vegetables that we bless on in the new year. As we can see the dates here, we are checking to see if there's some that are a bit less good like these, and we're taking them out, and we're going to give, of course, best quality to every family that we can.
Instead of being discarded, this fresh produce is collected, sorted, and delivered to more than 300 nonprofit partners nationwide.
So basically, we supply all the different parts of the population, but of course there's a big portion of elderly people, single-parent families.
Each item heading into the boxes this year offers special meaning for the new year ahead.
So the squash, okay, which is also something that we bless on, that all the bad things in the year should finish, and we should only have good things at the beginning of the new year.
And for the thousands of volunteers who show up, the experience is just as meaningful.
Amazing, fun environment to work in, collaborative effort, everybody with the same goal, wanting to help, wanting to contribute to Israel. The quality of the stuff we're packing is absolutely amazing. It's not substandard produce. This is A-grade, top of the range, beautiful, beautiful produce.
I think it's important because everybody should be able to sit down to a table and have a sumptuous meal and to be able to prepare good food. And, there are people who struggle, who can't afford to go to struggle to go to the supermarket, will buy the bare essentials. This way they get basics, but they get a really nice, good box.
This is where we're making individual packages for every person. We're putting all the things in, the potatoes, squash, pomegranates. And then of course it's a blessing for the new year. We have all the special blessings that everybody can bless on all the different fruit and vegetables that we have in the box.
With Israel's cost of living rising and food waste adding an extra 10,200 shekels to the average household annually, Lekit's mission takes on a new urgency.
We know that fruit and vegetables are very expensive, and a lot of people decide to give up and not buy fruit and vegetables as one of the first things when they start to reduce the food that they're buying. If Lekit wasn't supplying these fruit and vegetables, they wouldn't be able to celebrate with these fruit and vegetables, and I know they're going to enjoy it a lot and have a lot of happiness from it.
This Rosh Hashanah, Lekit Israel is not just reducing waste, it's ensuring that tens of thousands of families across the country can celebrate the holiday with dignity, tradition, and abundance. From the fields to the family table, Lekit Israel is using the foundation of who the people of Israel are to help each other in a time of need.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're bringing you the biggest headlines for Israel and the Middle East in just 5 minutes. I'm Kalev Ben David, and today is day 733 of the war in Gaza. And let's get into the top headlines of the hour. Just a day after the second anniversary of the October 7th attack, key talks are underway in Sharm el-Sheikh to end the Gaza war, with U.S. President Donald Trump claiming broad support for his peace plan and saying a deal is close. So close that, according to Israel's Ynet, both Israeli and U.S. officials have been told to prepare for the possibility that Trump himself will arrive to the region for a signing ceremony of the agreement to end the war. Speaking alongside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in the Oval Office, Trump said his teams are working to finalize the deal to bring peace to Gaza and the entire Middle East. Trump met top advisors Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner before their departure for Egypt, with the White House saying the plan focuses on the immediate return of the hostages and security guarantees for Israel backed by broad international support.
We're in very serious negotiations to, I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yep.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen. But there's a real chance that we could do something, so you may have some questions on that later.
The White House is reportedly turning up the pressure to finalize a Gaza peace deal within days, with a senior U.S. official telling Israel's Channel 12 that Witkoff and Kushner will not leave Egypt until an agreement is reached. Senior officials from Qatar and Turkey are reportedly joining the talks at Sharm, including Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed Abdulrahman Al Thani. In a wide-ranging conversation with the right-wing U.S. commentator Ben Shapiro, Prime Minister Netanyahu reaffirmed Israel's determination to end the war and bring the hostages home, but only if Israeli conditions are met. Netanyahu praised President Trump for his leadership on the new peace initiative, saying his involvement could be decisive in bringing the hostages home and creating a new regional reality.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon, with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with, get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make Gaza make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
Meanwhile, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who has opposed any deal with Hamas that includes the release of Palestinian security prisoners and an end to the Gaza offensive, visited Jerusalem's Temple Mount holy site this morning and called on Netanyahu to continue the fight until total victory.
אנחנו שנתיים אחרי הטבח הנורא, כאן בהר הבית יש ניצחון. בכל בית בעזה יש תמונה של הר הבית. אנחנו היום שנתיים אחרי מנצחים בהר הבית. אנחנו בעלי הבית בהר הבית. אני רק מתפלל שראש ממשלתנו יאפשר ניצחון מלא גם בעזה, להשמיד את החמאס, בעזרת השם נחזיר את החטופים וננצח ניצחון מוחלט.
Over the Sukkot holiday, Israelis marked 2 years since the October 7th massacre, a somber anniversary for an unbroken nation. Communities across Israel held heart-wrenching gatherings with one message: bring the hostages home. 48 hostages remain in Gaza, 20 of them believed alive. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you can continue to follow us or follow our app. Just download that QR code there on your screen. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kalev Ben-David.
As countries rush to recognize a Palestinian state, President Trump delivers a blistering speech at the UN General Assembly, blasting the international body for what he called global scams and failed policies. In a closed-door meeting with Muslim leaders, he presents a new Gaza plan. What's in it and why now? We've got it all covered on today's Israel Undiplomatic.
Shalom, I'm Mark Regev, and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. And as per usual, I'm here with my co-host, Ruthie Bloom.
Hello, Mark. Well, today we're going to cover one of those topics. So it's one of our favorites, I think, and not only because it's a subject that you teach about regularly, and that's the United Nations, and which I feel like saying and spitting afterwards. But I'd like to begin, not just because hundreds of countries now, I don't know, most of the UN countries, including U.S. and Israeli allies, announced their recognition of a Palestinian state. Of course, this is a non-existent entity. There's no leader of a Palestinian state. There's no governance. There's nothing, okay? It means nothing except hostility toward Israel. And President Trump got up at the General Assembly and he made such a fabulous speech that my jaw dropped. And one of the reasons I think it's important to talk about is not only because he did not join in that ridiculous chorus of Palestinian state. He said it's a reward to Hamas, etc. But he attacked the UN from A to Z, or as you would say, Z. And the reason is, he said, and he used an analogy, how everything there is broken. He said that he and Melania were going up the escalator and it broke. And he said, yeah, I mean, luckily she's in shape and I'm in shape, and we walked the rest of the escalator. And then his teleprompter broke. Now, some people, of course, are developing conspiracy theories that it was on purpose. They shut off his teleprompter. I don't even believe that, because when incompetence can be the reason, it usually is. And then he explained how the whole place is broken in every possible way. And he blasted the countries for their scams on global warming and green energy and all this other stuff. It was really fabulous.
So I also liked his speech, though I have to admit I didn't watch it live. I watched afterwards the repeat and the commentaries. But I did agree with his criticism of the UN. How could you not agree? And what I liked the most is when he put it really in their face at the UN, when he said, and of course he embellishes it, right? Because everything Trump does is an amazing success, in his opinion. But he talked about there'd been 7 global crises that he'd helped bring about peace. And he talked about conflicts like between India and Pakistan and places in Africa and so forth. And he said, this should be your job, United Nations. I shouldn't have to do this. And you don't even help me do it. And I think that was a criticism of the UN that was so relevant and so hit the target exactly. And I think he was 100% correct. He, especially when he said, you didn't even help me, right? You didn't ring me up and say, is there anything we can do to help? I think it shows where the UN is. I mean, really, if people are looking, is there a solution to Russia-Ukraine? And we don't know if there is a solution. It's clear that it's an American show. Is there a solution to Israel-Gaza? Is there going to be peace and a release of hostages and the end of a conflict? Once again, it's an American show. The UN is irrelevant. And one of the reasons the UN is irrelevant is the personality of the current Secretary General, who instead of trying to deal with some of the inherent problems inside the UN, just embraces the institution in its all ingloriousness, yes, in all its problematic behavior, no more than in the way the UN relates to Israel. I mean, the UN has this institutional bias against Israel, which, it's plain for everyone to see. Even anti-Israel people will admit that the UN is biased against Israel. And unlike 2 previous Secretary Generals of the UN who have publicly spoken about that institutional bias, both Kofi Annan and Ban Ki-moon addressed that publicly. This current Secretary General of the United Nations, instead of saying something, well, we've got a problem, he embraces the bias. He epitomizes the bias. He represents that bias. He loves that bias because that bias appears to be him as well.
Oh, definitely. But what's interesting? It's not just that the UN didn't help Trump, it's all true. What he said was all true. And he also blasted them. He said to European countries, he said, you're destroying your countries with your immigration, everything. I mean, he blasted them. I can't list all the ways in which I felt like standing up in my living room and cheering the hypocrisy of all the wasted billions spent on crap and on organizations. We already know, you and I know, UNRWA, think of all the money that goes into terrorism, not fighting terrorism, into committing terrorism, etc. And all the money wasted. And he also showed how, oh yes, the West buys into all this crap like wind, he said windmills. You do think in China they're using windmills? You think they're using coal and gas and oil? I mean, he really blasted everybody for their hypocrisy, like the way Obama talked about, global warming, carbon footprint. And then he got into his plane and flew to the golf course, emitting all kinds of carbon emissions. It was beautiful, right? And yes, also about Israel and Hamas has to release the terrorists. But the reason I didn't even want to focus specifically on that, I mean, we talk about that a lot. And of course, that's our main problem right now, is that it's all connected. You see, the rot in the West is definitely connected to the appeasement of terrorists, of Islamists, of this insanity about Palestinians, as though they give a crap about the Palestinians. And how we know that they don't? We know that the Arab countries don't, because they wouldn't even take in any Palestinians whom they said were suffering. That's number one. But the West takes in all kinds of refugees. That's why their countries are getting destroyed from within. But they were too busy saying that it's all Israel's fault, while there are conflicts all over the globe. There's actual famine going on. There's actual genocidal behavior elsewhere in the world. And they just focused on Israel, which is why when we call it anti-Semitism, we do. Because if you're holding Israel and the Jews to a different standard, higher standard, I mean, that's a joke. It's not a higher standard. It's a completely different category of standard. Then that's what we call anti-Semitism. But it's not helpful. Okay, is calling everyone an anti-Semite. What is helpful is to, first of all, call it out for what it is. That's really important. I'm sorry that he didn't announce that the UN has got to shut down, get out of New York. That would be the best thing. But what he did do, and this is now a sort of less optimistic note, afterwards he went and he had meetings with several Muslim leaders, not all Arabs, because there was also the Turkish president, that terrorist in a tie also, and Indonesian leader. So they weren't all Arabs, but they were all Muslim leaders, and introduced to them what is being reported as a 21-point plan. So would you like to, let's talk about that.
I'd like to address that because that's serious, but there's a potential through that plan maybe to achieve the release of hostages and a ceasefire and an end of Hamas rule in Gaza. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I said there's a potential this plan could lead to that. But just before we go there, I want to talk about what people were talking about immediately before the Trump speech, which was all these countries, France, Britain, and others, who recognized a Palestinian state. And I was listening very carefully to the way their leaders were being interviewed when they were asked difficult questions about this. And they said, of course, a future Palestinian state cannot have Hamas. And then I asked the following question, right? Because they also called for an immediate ceasefire, right? So how's there not going to be a Hamas? It's going to be French soldiers who are going to prevent Hamas, destroy Hamas? Is it British soldiers? In other words, they call for a ceasefire and at the same time they say we want a Palestinian state without Hamas, right? It's so built-in illogical, right? It's clear that, let's say, I support what they're saying. I believe in a Palestinian state. Let's presume that I support that goal, just for the sake of argument. But when they say, but without Hamas, so who's going to do the job for them? It's clear they're not going to do the job. And so when they call for a ceasefire that leaves Hamas in power, that allows Hamas to rebuild, that allows Hamas to reestablish itself, to deal with all its local political opponents, and then to rebuild its military machine, what are these people on all about? And this is why what they were doing really was the politics of theater. Doesn't really make a difference. Now, you said correctly that the important meeting was Trump with the Arab Muslim leaders, and they were all there, and some very important leaders too. And the Indonesian surprised everyone by saying he's for the recognition of Israel. He believes that Israel is right. Now, you can make a face, as you just did. I don't know if the camera caught that. Maybe make a face again, and the camera will get you.
When it comes back.
Okay. But continue. When an important country like Indonesia speaks about Israel's right to exist, and I don't think Indonesian leaders have done it publicly in the same way before, still, I can say, have a smile. The Arab world, the Muslim world, in the case of Indonesia, is more open to accepting Israel than ever before. I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's true he placed conditions on it, which is Israeli recognition of a Palestinian state. But, these things take time. I think there could be a positive trajectory there that needs to be supported, needs to be embraced. Having said that, what I think was most interesting is that Trump, who the day before criticized all the countries recognizing a Palestinian state and says, I'm with Israel, right? He said it next to Mr. Macron, I'm with Israel, I like Israel, I support Israel. And he said, Netanyahu is coming to the White House and he's going to be there for the fourth time, yes, after not having time to meet all sorts of leaders who wanted to meet him. Yet the Arab states and the Muslim states come out of their meeting with Trump. First of all, they go to the meeting. They know this is the only man who can actually deliver. The UN can deliver words and proclamations, but the only one who can deliver change is Trump. They know they have to work with him. The Turkish president knows he has to work with him. The other leaders there know they have to work with him. And I think this shows that all these people who talk about, Israel's international isolation, it's true Israel's having serious problems in the international arena. But the fact that, all is lost, the world is against us, no. The same Arab countries who vote against us at the UN know they need the United States. The United States is a friend of Israel, and that gives me reason for optimism.
Well, I'm glad that you're optimistic, and I certainly have continued to praise President Trump for his support. And it's not just the president, it's his administration, other than a couple of bad seeds of the Tucker Carlson camp variety. But on the whole, stellar. That doesn't make me pessimistic. What makes me pessimistic and why I made a face when you mentioned Indonesia is because he said basically, Palestine has to be recognized and then Israel also has to be recognized. Excuse me, the state of Israel was recognized a long time ago. It exists. Palestine does not exist. These are not two equal entities where we recognize their right and they recognize our right. I don't want to hear anybody say Israel has the right to exist. Screw you, anybody who says that. Everyone has a right to exist. What does that mean? It's like saying Israel has the right to defend itself. That already implies a negative. So that is why I made the face about Indonesia. And you want to know, you say it's on the right path. Without a change in education in these countries, there is no good path. Egypt made a peace treaty with Israel decades ago. But what it didn't do is change the Egyptian street, the way kids are taught in school, what was being preached in their mosques, etc. And that is why the Egyptian street remained very, very Jew-hating, even when there was a peace treaty. Okay, so when you say, these are processes, and you're absolutely right. Without an accompanying education, it doesn't help. I mean, it certainly helps not to have people firing on you. And this also, let me just say, this whole issue of Hamas, whatever that 21-point plan that Trump presented was, and you say it's really good because those Arab and Muslim leaders know that Trump is the only one who counts. That's all true. But guess what? Hamas is not going to agree to it because everything in it, whatever is in it, whatever the main details are, involve Hamas releasing all the hostages and laying down its arms. It isn't happening that way. Hamas does not agree. Everyone has to get it into their thick heads. And in this case, Trump as well. How many times this program, that proposal? And the proposals are ceasefire, not a ceasefire. We'll give you some of the and Trump said, I don't want 2 hostages, 10 hostages, 1 hostage, all of them. He said, all of them. He's absolutely right. But guess what? However much power Trump has in the world, Hamas is a terrorist organization. It's the Muslim Brotherhood. It's backed by Iran. It's not happening it's not happening. That's all there is to it. Now, what has to happen? People say to us, okay, what constitutes victory in defeating Hamas? That's another question. But let's just not get too optimistic about what you're talking about, barbarians with the stated aim to annihilate the state of Israel and kill Jews and Christians, by the way, and infidel Muslims, which is also a point that needs stressing.
So I want to go back to Indonesia because, though, we're not talking about Indonesia, but I want to talk about a principle here. I remember just after the turn of the century, there was the Arab Peace Initiative, adopted by the Arab League in Beirut, which basically said something like this. It says, if Israel gives back all the occupied territories, all the territories taken since 1967, then the Arab world is ready for peace. And the Israeli government was asked about what's your attitude towards the Arab Peace Initiative, the new position of the Arab League, which says you get peace if you give back all the territories, including, of course, Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, everything, positions that are unacceptable to Israel. And the Israeli government didn't focus on the negative side. They said, well, there was a previous position of the Arab League, which was adopted in Khartoum in 1967, which said no recognition, no negotiations, no peace, the famous 3 no's. So this is an improvement. And so what I'm saying to you, the same with Indonesia. The fact that the Indonesian president actually spoke in Hebrew, he said shalom, right? That sends a message, right? And I think it's not impossible, yes, if we have normalization with important countries in the Middle East, an important country like Indonesia will follow. Now, Indonesia, maybe, for anyone who follows Asia and global markets, Indonesia is one of the fastest growing economies on the planet. People say it could be the 3rd largest economy by the end of this decade, right, on the globe. This is an important country, and it's the largest Muslim country in the world. And so if this country is willing to be a bit more open about its relationship with Israel, to move forward, to address Israelis as human beings and not just as devils, I think, right, you're saying, you can always say to me the glass is half empty, right? But no, let's look at the glass that's half full, and it's more half full than it was in the past. That's my first point. On the second point that you raise about Trump and his proposal, and you said Hamas is going to reject it. So it's quite possible Hamas will reject it. But the Arab and Muslim states that heard the president, that understood the proposal, they will know that it's Hamas that has rejected it. And that creates, maybe not in, speeches at the UN where these people will always, there's this, people follow the crowd. Yes, they follow the gang, so to speak, at the UN. But when their leaders sit down one-on-one and they discuss things and they know there was a chance for peace and Hamas said no, that does affect things.
But they already knew that. And that word peace, oh my God, a chance for peace. Hamas doesn't want peace. That's not peace, okay? You have to have victory, not peace. You do not have peace with terrorist organizations. This is not a You say, and if they understand that Hamas is the intransigent one, they've understood that all along. They know who Hamas is. Oh, especially Qatar. Qatar that funds arms and encourages Hamas and encourages terrorism all over the globe and encourages woke anti-Semitism at universities all over the globe. Okay, so we know Qatar knows the story. Iran knows the story. We know Turkey. Here's another one, the leader of Turkey. A hostile, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, pro-Hamas leader. These people know, but they don't care because peace isn't what they want. They want the elimination of the state of Israel. Nor do they care all of this crap about the 67 borders. All you have to do is read the charters, read their newspapers, listen to their mass. 1967 is of no interest to them. They say that Israel, they talk about 1947. They say that the state of Israel has to be annihilated. Now, you say yes in public statements. No, 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 we'll see. And it is true that the Abraham Accords countries decided, you know what, guys, we need to improve our economies and Israel can help. And by the way, let me just add to that. One of the reasons that all those countries like Britain and France, how dare they, and Canada and Australia join in that recognition of a Palestinian state, which means zero. What did they do it for? They did it for political capital. But what didn't they do? They could say, see, we recognized it. And now we don't have to do anything concrete, like refuse to buy Israeli goods. Because you know what? Imagine what would happen to Europe if nobody could buy iPhones or use the internet or do everything else they do with Israeli technology, chips, all kind of water, irrigation. What would they do? So what they do is they say, we're going to recognize Palestine. They know there is no such thing as Palestine because there isn't. And now we've paid lip service to it. We've helped our Muslim electorate, be happy with us and our far left constituents. And meanwhile, we don't have to do crap. Nothing that actually affects us, like impose sanctions, which means we don't benefit from Israeli goods and services. So, again, they're all hypocrites. I think they all know the truth. That's what I think. I don't think this is a question of not knowing. They know.
So first of all, when I was talking about peace, I was talking about the end of the war in Gaza. I wasn't talking about peace with Hamas. So you can't have peace with Hamas. That's clear. Yes, we don't have an argument about that. We can argue about other things, but not about that. It's clear. I just think that if the Americans put proposals on the table that are acceptable to the Arab and Muslim world, and Hamas rejects them, it gives Israel more time. First of all, to finish the military operation and to go on and continue taking on Hamas militarily. And it gives us also time in Washington because the Americans understand that they put a decent proposal on the table. Look, Trump said in his speech, and it deserves being repeated, I think. Trump said, those people who just want to appease Hamas, those people who just want to sign on the bottom line of all Hamas's demands is to acquiesce to their blackmail, so to speak, that's going to get us nowhere. And I think when he puts something reasonable on the table and Arab and Muslim leaders say, yeah, this is reasonable, we've got something to talk about, and Hamas rejects it, I think that has importance for Israel's future relations with the countries of the region. Israel has accepted these proposals, and it's Hamas says no. Once again, we have to defeat Hamas, we have to win this war, and I think that creates a better environment for the day after as we move forward, and I don't think that should be discounted as something unimportant. I would say the following also. I think there is understanding in the Arab world. Everyone thought this UN would not only be a festival of Palestinian statehood recognition, and let's say the facts, though they got some important Western countries, France, Britain, Canada, or maybe Australia is less important, yeah, but they got all these countries recognized. There was nevertheless before this month, before September 2025, there was still a majority of countries who recognized a Palestinian state. More countries recognized Palestine because back in the 1980s already, all the Soviet and communist bloc recognized a Palestinian state, and what used to be called the Third World, which is most of the countries, I think that if you add them together, that was all those big votes against Israel at the UN, those automatic majorities against us. Now, we used to say Europe was like the moral minority, that they'd stand up against these things, and unfortunately, Europe has caved in for whatever reasons we want to talk about. Some of them you've alluded to before. But I think that needed to be, said. I think the other important lesson is that everyone thought the Israeli issue, the Israeli attack on Qatar, would be re-stressed and re-stressed during this recent visit, and it wasn't mentioned at all except by the Qatari leader himself. And I think, is that not a sign that across the Middle East, people understand that, if you host terrorists, if you're a friend of Hamas, if you're a friend of the Muslim Brotherhood, if you're funding outlets like Al Jazeera, which just promotes hatred, and this, maybe the fact that that issue was left so quickly behind, maybe that's very telling about something larger going on.
Oh, for sure. And Qatar knows it too. You think when Qatar complained about our attack on Hamas leaders in Doha, you think that Qatar doesn't get it? Of course it does, right? And by the way, one of the reasons those other countries, they hate Qatar. We're talking about a lot of the Arab countries hate Qatar the way they hate Iran. There are many enemies in the Middle East. And that brings me to the topic of the Palestinian Authority. Because one of the things that makes me really nervous is when we focus on Hamas. Oh, Palestinian statehood, that rewards Hamas. But guess what? It also rewards the terrorist Palestinian Authority, terrorist backing Palestinian Authority that also has no leadership whatsoever. The only way that Mahmoud Abbas is relevant is by the international community. In the Palestinian Authority, he's hated, he's considered weak, corrupt, whatever. And if there were elections held tomorrow, Hamas would win hands down, or Islamic Jihad have maybe a parliament with Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That Palestinian Authority has to be disbanded. It's not just, Hamas, as I've said many times, you have the Boston Strangler and Jack the Ripper. And one of the reasons that's really crucial is that let's not forget that whatever Abbas says, and he plays these word salad games about, we condemn that, but we condemn that. In other words, Israel and Hamas are equal. Hamas shouldn't have committed October 7th, and Israel and Hamas both are committing genocide or whatever. Let's not forget that Abbas hates Hamas. The only cooperation he has ever done with Israel's security cooperation is to defeat Hamas. Meanwhile, the Palestinian Authority, now I'm only going to use the word West Bank for viewers who are confused when I say Judea and Samaria. We keep finding there are missiles being built inside there. Now, anyone who doesn't realize the map, it's hard to find Israel altogether on the map. And Gaza, people talk about this as though it's this huge area. It's tiny, tiny. And in that tiny, we have enemies who are building rockets to create another October 7th, and this time right inside, right near Ben Gurion Airport, right near Tel Aviv, Kfar Saba, everywhere. So let's just make it clear. I want to stress this, that the idea that Palestinian statehood, it's just Hamas we can't reward. We can't reward Fatah either.
So I don't think we should reward Fatah. I think their behavior since October 7th has been atrocious, literally atrocious. Their refusal to publicly condemn the October 7th massacre, it just is shouts out, yes? And the fact that their official representatives all over the airwaves were basically justifying Hamas, right? And so I have no illusions about the Palestinian Authority on the West Bank. But I think you are wrong, and I've said this in the past, and I'll say it again now, when you say it's the same as Hamas, okay? I think there are crucial differences, and the most important difference is that the Israeli security services have a level of cooperation. I didn't say it's perfect. I said a level of cooperation with Palestinian security and the Palestinian Authority, that there are arrangements, some of them work, some of them don't work, with the Palestinian Authority. None of that we have with Hamas. And I think, I remember, was it 3 years ago, the leader of the Palestinian Authority went to Germany and he said stuff about the Holocaust, and the Germans were very embarrassed. And it's clear that this man, for all his faults, I mean, he's old, he's senile, he's obviously an autocrat, Then he's also, it's clear from he's also anti-Semitic. He wrote this doctoral thesis in the Soviet Union, basically saying that Jews, killed themselves during the Holocaust or collaborated with it in their own terrible things, right? But I would remind you that in the real world, you cooperate sometimes with the lesser evil. Now, is the Palestinian Authority fundamentally flawed? Yes. Is it a lesser evil than Hamas? I think definitely yes. When Nixon went to China, yes, he had no illusions about Mao Zedong and the nature of the Chinese People's Republic. He had no illusions whatsoever. But at the time, he needed China to help balance the Soviet Union. China was in a fight with the Soviet Union, and he was a very powerful move when he did that. And to use the Nixon analogy once again, anyone who's heard the Nixon tapes knows when Nixon spoke privately, when he thought no one was listening, he could say very terrible things about Jews. Yes, he spoke a very anti-Semitic cliche after cliche. Yes, stereotype after stereotype. And yet, Golda Meir and Yitzhak Rabin knew how to deal with him, and to the advantage of both sides. So I can be aware of the faults of the Palestinian Authority, but I nevertheless distinguish between the PA and Hamas. Now, as part of these 21 points, apparently there's some symbolic role for the PA so the proposals can be more attractive to the Arab and Muslim world. I'm willing to go along with that. I think that's a small minuscule price to pay if it's possible to find a deal where the Arab and Muslim world support bringing Hamas down, demilitarizing Gaza, and so forth.
Okay, look, we can all ride off on unicorns into the sunset, all right? But we have to know, you say it's that, we have a security cooperation with the Palestinian security forces that we armed, by the way, okay, through the Oslo process. They only cooperate with us because they want to defeat Hamas, because Hamas threw them off roofs.
What did China want to make with Nixon?
Okay, and by the way, yeah, Nixon said horrible things about the Jews, but he also said, get those effing planes in the air during the Six-Day War, okay? That's a tiny little difference that makes all the difference, okay? He can say terrible things about Jews, but he said, get those effing planes in the air to help Israel. You cannot say that about the anti-Semite that heads the Palestinian Authority. You cannot say that about people whose whole being, all its newspapers, school books, mosques, everything that is controlled by the PA says, kill Jews, afterwards we'll deal with Christians and Muslim infidels, kill Jews, annihilate the state of Israel. Make no mistake, Mark, that is who those people are. If they change one day and their school books change one day, I'm not saying never, but don't be under any illusions, because we saw what happened when we were under illusions. October 7th happened. And by the way, those things have been happening to us all along through those stupid illusions about making deals and making peace. You are talking about ideologues with a political, religious ideology. It's not, okay, a little land here and we'll make a deal and we'll make another deal. Forget it.
I want to respond. I can only echo your criticism of the PA with the anti-Semitism that's in the media, the hatred that's in the Palestinian school books, the fact that they pay terrorists through pay to slay, right, which is not only be recognized by Israel, but by the United States as well, and should be by other countries as well. The Palestinian Authority is very problematic, very hostile, and I have no illusions about it whatsoever. But and here this is the difference, and you can say I'm looking at little things unimportant, but I think an example, 3 Israelis in a taxi take a wrong turn and end up in the Palestinian Authority. If the PA finds them before the mob, they'll be taken and delivered back to Israel safely. If 3 people take the wrong road and end up in Hamas-controlled Gaza, guess what? They become hostages and we might never see them again. That's the difference. And you can tell me, well, that's only a small tactical difference. I think it's illustrative of that it's not the same as Hamas, and they remain nonetheless the lesser of 2 evils.
Okay, I would just like to, and it's interesting you brought that up. If 3 Israelis take a wrong turn, I'd like to remind you of the lynching in Ramallah that took place, that was more than 20 years ago. And the reason I'd like to bring that up is that actually these two soldiers took a wrong turn and ended up in Ramallah, and they were brought into the Palestinian police station where they were ripped limb from limb.
I remember.
And then their killers put up their bloody palms. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that at the Emmys, the award ceremonies, you have Hollywood stars wearing a pin with the red handprint.
Well, that says more about Hollywood than it does about anyone else.
It says it about both. It
Yes.
says it about both.
But I want to say, but you don't deny that there were examples, a number of what I said is to be true. And that's why I think we do need to distinguish between, once again, have no illusions about Fatah, have no illusions about the Palestinian Authority. We can't, they're not, it's not like having as a neighbor someone who's like, Canada or Australia who you might argue with now and then, but basically they are peaceful people. Yeah? I agree, extremely problematic. I have no illusions about them. But just as there's a difference between, ISIS and Al-Qaeda and, other more moderate Muslims, I have to make a distinguish. And it's also, I think, in my interest. Because if by playing the PA card in a symbolic way, I can bring in Arab and Muslim countries to help in the day after in Gaza, I think that's a price that I can pay.
Okay, well, on that note, you see, I'm highly doubtful of that, as you know, but it remains to be seen. And the next time we meet, we're going to be meeting in a few days for all our viewers and listeners. We're in the middle of the high holidays, the Jewish high holidays. We just finished the Jewish New Year, and we're about to enter the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, and then after that, Sukkot. And by the way, it's also really crucial to note that it was during these holidays on Simchat Torah when the October 7th massacre happened 2 years ago. And I think that's, we can't forget it because it was also, it happened on a Shabbat and on a holiday when people were celebrating. And right now we're going into, in 2 weeks, is the 2-year anniversary. So I know we're going to mark that, and we will be back again in a few days to continue this discussion. And by then, we also will have heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu at the UN.
I look forward to that. And in the meantime, I wish you and all our viewers and listeners a Shana Tova, a Happy New Year.
Same to you, Mark.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Of course. Now, I want to start out with something unfortunately not so positive. There were these new comments reported by the Wall Street Journal about this tension that is happening between Trump and Netanyahu and increasing frustration. I'm wondering if you have any insight to this. Is this accurate? And do you feel that Trump is getting tired of the military action and looking for something different from the
I think people need to understand that the relationship between the United States and Israel is as strong as it ever has been. And the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister is as strong as it's ever been. So let's take off the table that there's this rift or there's a division. It doesn't mean that friends don't at times maybe disagree. I've been married 51 years. My wife and I disagree every now and then. That's normal. It's normal. But you don't break up and go get a divorce because you had a disagreement over something. You work through it. I'm not even sure that there's a big disagreement over anything. I'm just telling you that this idea that there's a break is simply untrue. And I'll tell you one of the reasons I can kind of validate that. Prime Minister is supposed to come to New York, speak at the United Nations later this month, and the President has already said, come down to Washington when you're over, let's visit. You don't do that if you're mad at somebody. You don't go on a date if you don't want to see somebody. So President Trump has spent more time with Prime Minister Netanyahu than any world leader by far on the planet. I think that says everything a person needs to know.
So moving on to the UN General Assembly that you just mentioned, obviously on September 22nd, which is just coming up, there's going to be this whole debate and probably recognition by a number of Western countries of Palestinian statehood. What will be the U.S. position that day? Will the U.S. actively lobby against such a move, or will they kind of remain neutral and let it pass?
Oh, we're not neutral, not at all. In fact, we've been very vocal for 2 months saying this is a ridiculous idea, it's hurtful, it's detrimental. I think Secretary Rubio has used about every possible combination of words he can.
And he's made many calls to our allies and said to them, what are you doing? We are vehemently opposed to this. It is a violation of Oslo. It is an outrageous action that is empowering Hamas and caused negotiations to cease. It ended any talk between Ramallah and Jerusalem. I was involved in those, trying to get this financial impasse resolved. It put that stone cold. And then it's also giving really a sense of, I think, encouragement to Israel to consider declaring sovereignty over parts of Judea and Samaria, because why not? The whole thing is a stunt. It's not going to happen. You can't just unilaterally declare Palestine to be a state. So what they think they're doing, I have no idea. But I know what they are doing, and it's absolutely repugnant to the U.S.
And do you believe then that the U.S. would support some form of sovereignty over at least areas in Judea and Samaria, given the situation that's going to happen in a few days?
There's not been any discussion that I'm aware of, certainly hadn't been communicated to me, and I take my marching orders from Washington and from the President. But the fact that nobody has said anything, I think the general view of this administration, both in the first term and in this one, is that we have great respect that Israel is a sovereign country, and it is our partner. And we respect that Israel will make decisions that are best for Israel, and we will respect those. And I have no reason to doubt that that's not the case here.
And certainly, as an evangelical Christian, I know that you've come many, many times, 100 times more, to Israel, and certainly visited Judea and Samaria and been very supportive of sovereignty over that area. Is that generally the stance, though, of the administration with such an evangelical backing, that Judea and Samaria belongs to the Jewish people?
I don't think it's an official policy that has been stated, put into writing. I know we have stated, and this has been something that carries over from the first President Trump term, and that is that it is not illegal for Jews to live in Judea and Samaria. That was something that for some people were, oh my gosh, it's illegal. I'm thinking, why would it be illegal? Brits can move into Judea and Samaria. Nobody says anything. French people can move there. Why can't Jews move there and live there? I mean, it really is kind of absurd if you look at it in that way, that anybody can live there except Jews. That makes no sense. So in the first Trump term, and carried over now, is we recognize it is not a violation of international law, which was sort of the maybe the narrative that was put out there.
Yeah. Now, with regards to a two-state solution or even any kind of Palestinian state, while the Trump administration in the U.S. is not going to be supporting the move to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state, in the first term, Trump did have an idea of having a Palestinian and an Israeli state side by side. Is that still the vision, or has that gone away, especially since October 7th?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from the president about that, and I think a couple of things are changed since then. October 7th is a big one. And the other one, the president made this proposal in the first term. The Palestinians said, we don't want any part of any discussion, and they walked away. But they walked away from everything. Everybody forgets that, first of all, there was no such thing as a Palestinian state. Yasser Arafat in 1964 created aspiration for a Palestinian state with the PLO. And then there have been many iterations of proposals and ideas. There was, in fact, the creation of a Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. How did that work out? Because in 2005, the Israelis moved all of the Jews, 10,000 of them, out of Gaza forcibly by the IDF. So Israel's own military moved their own people out and said, it's all yours. You got a Palestinian state. 2 years later, they elect Hamas. And then, tragically, October the 7th, the worst nightmare since the Holocaust happened to Jewish people in Israel. And in fact, not all of them were Jewish. There were people from all over the world. They indiscriminately murdered, massacred, and mutilated babies, pregnant women. They raped, they destroyed, they set old people on fire, they beheaded babies and put them in ovens. It's the most unspeakable atrocities that was carried out by Hamas. And for those who try to deny it, they can't, because Hamas videotaped the act of doing these hideous things because they were actually proud of it. And you can't overlook that. You can't stop and say, well, they didn't really mean it. Not only did they mean it, they have continued to say they would do it again and again and again.
And yet most of the world, as we said, is really siding with Hamas. We're seeing all of these massive rallies in the streets and countries getting ready, our allies, to go and to recognize a Palestinian state and give in, as you said, to terrorism. So what makes the U.S. different? Why are the U.S. and Israel such staunch allies even now?
Israel's enemies are our enemies. We understand that. The philosophical underpinning that did October the 7th is what attacked us on 9/11. We're never going to forget that. We're not going to forget that for 46 years, Iran and its proxies, which are Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, has said that Israel is the little Satan. We're going to annihilate them, and then we're coming after the great Satan, which is, in their mind, the U.S. So Israel has always been the appetizer. The U.S. is the entree. And those of us who have lived through these past 46 years understand that when people keep telling you for 46 consecutive years they're going to kill you, you might want to take them seriously.
Yeah, and we certainly recognize that on October 7th. Now, there was a report that showed a plan that was devised by Tony Blair as a plan for the day after in Gaza, a plan where Hamas would no longer be governing. There would be an international interim transitional government, and ultimately the Palestinian Authority would take over. It was reported that the U.S. has support for such a plan. Can you tell me any more details about that, and do you feel that that's the vision for the PA to take over in Gaza?
I would be surprised if the PA would be picked to take over Gaza, because unless they make some serious changes in the way they're governing now, I'm not sure the U.S. could be supportive of that. I'll give you a couple of examples. If they continue the pay for slay, now they say they've changed it, but the fact is they really haven't. It just is now kind of maybe mechanized through a different system of payments. But even this summer, President Abbas has said if there's only 1 penny left in the treasury, that last penny will go to the martyrs, which means the terrorists, the people who killed Jews and got paid for it. You can't have a responsible government that pays people to murder the innocent lives of Jewish people. I'm sorry, that's unacceptable. And you cannot continue to have textbooks that teach little bitty children, 5, 6, 7 years old, that their greatest aspiration in life is to go and murder Jews and commit acts of terror. Those are things that the United States has repeatedly said to the PA, you got to stop this. It violates our law. We have a law called the Taylor Force Act. Right. We can't even work with or give money if they're going to continue these practices.
So then what is the vision for governing Gaza after? Does the U.S. have an idea of who should take over?
I don't think anything's been put down from 2 tablets of stone marked Mount Sinai quite yet. So it could be any number of things. I have heard one suggested being similar to what you've mentioned, and that is there would be a consortium of states, mostly Arab states. There would be a sort of an interim government and eventually move toward autonomy. But right now, I don't think anyone knows, and it's probably premature to get too into how it's going to look, because until all the hostages come out and Hamas surrenders, there is no day after.
Speaking of the hostages, Dermer left to go meet with Wickoff in London, of course, and to try to move another hostage deal, last-ditch attempt to move that forward.
Yeah.
Why have we not been able to get to a hostage deal thus far? Is there someone who's actually at fault here, and do you have any faith that we could end this war with a deal?
Could have ended October the 8th, 2023. Hamas, if they just decide that they're going to give all the hostages back, they're going to quit torturing them, brutalizing them, murdering them, and they recognize they don't have any future there, it ends. It ends then. It ends today if they were to do that. President Trump has said this repeatedly. Hamas can't stay, they can't govern, and they got to let all the hostages go. It's simple as that.
Do you think it's going to happen?
Not as long as Hamas is as stubborn as they are. It's really unfortunate that a lot of people are thinking that this is going on because Israel wants it to go on. Israel wants it to end. Prime Minister, his government wants it to end. So those who say, oh, he wants this to prolong. When I go into a meeting at the Prime Minister's office and his top team are sitting there, 8 or 10 people, at least half of them have sons or daughters fighting in Gaza right now. Ron Dermer has 2 sons there right now. So to say that the people who are having to make these very difficult decisions want their children to remain in Gaza fighting and putting themselves in harm's way, it's utter nonsense. Nobody would like to see it end more than the people whose children or whose husbands or wives or uncles or aunts are in Gaza fighting.
Can you give me also an update on the humanitarian situation, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? How is it doing at this point, and do you feel that this is the right method still to be able to help the people of Gaza?
I really do. When President Trump gave us the charge of getting food to people that were hungry and doing humanitarian efforts, but doing it in a way where Hamas couldn't steal the food. Hamas is stealing 99% of the World Food Program food. That's their numbers. That's not our numbers. That's what they say. The UN is about 93% of their food is looted or stolen. When you have that level of failure, it's not that food isn't going into Gaza. Lots of food is going into Gaza. There's enough food there to take care of everybody many times over. But Hamas steals it, they warehouse it, then they sell it on the black market to the people who are supposed to be getting it for free. Under GHF, the food is actually going to the people who need it. And they come up and here's what they tell us. Wow, this is the first time I didn't have to pay for the food. That's how it's supposed to work. So it's our hope that this process that GHF has created can be expanded and that we can put more feeding sites. And that's what is happening. It's what's going to happen. This tragedy is, you know who hates GHF? Hamas hates it. Part of what they have demanded in negotiations is you got to get rid of GHF. Well, why would they want that? Because it's hurting their ability to control all this food that they steal. And when they can't steal it, they can't sell it. When they can't sell it, they don't have the money. And last year they made $500 million selling humanitarian food and buying bullets and bombs with it.
And I know we're going to run out of time, so I'm just going to ask you two short ending questions, and then I know that we're going to have to stop. So I do want to flip quickly to Qatar. After Israel's attempted attack in Doha, the presidents came out and met immediately with the emir. Rubio traveled over there trying to allay any tension with the country. We know that Qatar is funding terrorism. We know that Qatar is housing terrorists. Why is the U.S. not taking a stance against Qatar?
I think U.S. puts pressure on Qatar in ways that may not be that public, but we have a huge, our largest military base in the Middle East is there. They've done good things with us. They've been a good partner in some things, and other things we could see some improvement. Sponsoring the Muslim Brotherhood, paying for Al Jazeera, which is a propaganda machine for Hamas and for terrorism, those are not good things. So it's a mixed relationship that we have. One thing I think President Trump is the best at is recognizing you do what you can as well as you can with people who will work with you, and then you work toward a better relationship.
Lord, now I want to just end with a question about the evangelical Christian community and certainly your longtime support for the State of Israel. The evangelical community in the younger generation we're starting to see is distancing both from the Bible but also from Israel. What are your concerns there, and is there a way to fix that so that in future generations we'll have more leaders like you?
Well, I don't think it's widespread to the point of panic or alarm, but it is happening, and I'm very concerned about it. Some of it is because billions of dollars of Middle East money has poured into colleges and universities to indoctrinate young Christians that Israel's not special, there's nothing all that unique about it. I blame part of it on that and part of it on weak pastors who from their own pulpits are not explaining the biblical basis of support for the Jewish people. That troubles me greatly, and it's kind of incumbent upon the rest of us to help explain why this relationship is what it is and why it has to remain solid and even grow and get in more depth. But overall, I think there's still a very strong support, not just among the evangelicals, but overall from Americans. And we need to keep it, but we've got to do a better job of explaining why the relationship is important, how America benefits from it, because there are people in America who foolishly believe, well, we're doing all this stuff for Israel, they're doing nothing for us. And that's not true. We're getting as much as we are giving. It is a two-way partnership that America benefits from, not just Israel.
Wonderful. Well, Master Huckabee, thank you so much for speaking to us today.
Thank you. Pleasure to visit with you.
Thanks.
And now we take you back to our Hebrew word of the week. Along with eTeacher, we'll learn a new Hebrew word each week and relate it to the Bible, current affairs, and our everyday lives. For more info on the Rosen School of Hebrew, please scan the QR code on your screen. But in the meantime, let's hear this week's word of the week.
Welcome to Hebrew Word of the Week. I'm Mariella, and in this segment, together with eTeacher, we explore the beauty and depth of the Hebrew language. We'll learn a new Hebrew word or phrase and see how it's used in the Bible, current events, and everyday life. Today's Hebrew word is Geulah, which means redemption. In Hebrew, redemption is the process of being saved or delivered from sin, suffering, or captivity. Geulah is a word that carries deep spiritual meaning in Hebrew. It represents the idea of being freed from hardship and restored to a state of peace and wholeness. In Hebrew culture, Geulah is a central theme in religious texts and prayers. It reflects the hope for divine intervention and the ultimate restoration of humanity. Here are some examples of how the word Geulah is used in a sentence. HaGeulah tavo b'zman hanachon. Redemption will come at the right time. HaGeulah hi chelek me'ha'emunah shelanu. Redemption is part of our faith. So if you're interested in learning more about the Hebrew language, check out eTeacher. This online and live course is the most established Hebrew language instruction institution. You can learn with a time-proven method for every level or start from scratch. eTeacher offers dynamic online courses with live video lessons, weekly webinars, and ample support, allowing you to connect to a lively global community for an enriched learning experience. Scan the QR code or click the link below and visit the eTeacher website today to learn more. I hope you enjoyed learning about the Hebrew word Geulah. Please join us next week for another episode of Hebrew Word of the Week. In the meantime, I encourage you to explore the concept of Geulah in Hebrew culture and reflect on its significance in your own life. Feel free to share your thoughts and experiences with us in the comments below.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're bringing you the biggest headlines from Israel and the Middle East in just 5 minutes. I'm Sivan Ravev, and today is day 733 of the war in Gaza. Let's get into all the top headlines of this hour. Just a day after the second anniversary of the October 7th attack, key talks are underway in Sharm el-Sheikh to end the war in Gaza, with U.S. President Donald Trump claiming broad support for his peace plan and saying a deal is close. So close that, according to Israel's Ynet, both Israeli and U.S. officials have been told to prepare for the possibility that Trump himself will arrive to the region for a signing ceremony of the agreement to end the war. Speaking alongside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in the Oval Office, Trump said his teams are working to finalize the deal to bring peace to Gaza and the entire Middle East. Trump met top advisors Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner before their departure for Egypt, with the White House saying the plan focused on the immediate return of the hostages and security guarantees for Israel, backed by broad international support. Let's take a listen to Trump.
We're in very serious negotiations to I guess you could say, depending on the way you count, 3,000 years, you could say 500 years, you could say, but that it's been raging for a long time. And I think there's a possibility that we could have peace in the Middle East. It's something even beyond the Gaza situation. We want a release of the hostages immediately, etc. And so our team is over there now. Another team just left, and other countries, literally every country in the world has supported the plan.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody that hasn't, actually, not that I've seen. But there's a real chance that we could do something, so you may have some questions on that later.
The White House is reportedly turning up the pressure to finalize a Gaza peace deal within days, with a senior U.S. official telling Israel's Channel 12 that Witkoff and Kushner will not leave Egypt until an agreement is reached. Senior officials from Qatar and Turkey are also joining the talks at Sharm, including Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed Abdulrahman al-Thani. One sticking point in the talks is reportedly an insistence by Hamas that Israel release some of the worst terrorists in its jails, including some of those who took part in the October 7th massacre, in return for the release of the 48 Israeli hostages. In a wide-ranging conversation with U.S. political commentator Ben Shapiro, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reaffirmed Israel's determination to end the war and bring the hostages home, but only if Israeli conditions are met. Netanyahu praised President Trump for his leadership on the new peace initiative, saying his involvement could be decisive in bringing hostages home and creating a new regional reality. Here's Netanyahu.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon, with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
Meanwhile, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who has opposed any deal with Hamas that includes the release of Palestinian security prisoners and an end to the Gaza offensive, visited Jerusalem's Temple Mount holy site this morning and called on Netanyahu to continue to fight until complete victory. Here's Ben-Gvir.
אנחנו שנתיים אחרי הטבח הנורא, כאן בהר הבית יש ניצחון. בכל בית בעזה יש תמונה של הר הבית. אנחנו היום שנתיים אחרי מנצחים בהר הבית. אנחנו בעלי הבית בהר הבית. אני רק מתפלל שראש ממשלתנו יאפשר ניצחון מלא גם בעזה, להשמיד את החמאס, עד השם נחזיר את החטופים וננצח ניצחון מוחלט.
Ben-Gvir has previously threatened to quit the government unless it commits itself to the total destruction of Hamas. That's it for this edition of ILTV. Stay tuned for further updates on the hour or download our app by scanning the QR code on your screen. I'm Sivan Raviv. Thank you very much for joining.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with the CEO of one of the most well-established and respected Jewish organizations in the United States, Jewish National Fund, USA. Today we speak with Russell Robinson from the JNF headquarters in New York City and explore how JNF USA jumped into action after October 7th and what the organization, through his vision, is doing to help rebuild and empower the residents of southern Israel who were brutally targeted on October 7th. Let's start off with your story. Tell me a little bit about your background and how you came to be actually the youngest ever CEO of JNF USA and took this organization really to new heights.
So thank you, Emily. I was the youngest. It was a couple of years ago. But I grew up in a small town. And so I'm kind of a different kind of professional that would be in the Jewish communal world. I grew up in the middle of Judaism, El Paso, Texas, where maybe if you counted everybody who didn't want to be counted, there was 2,000 Jews. But it really had a great foundation about who I am today. In some ways, I learned about what I did not want to do in the Jewish world. I grew up in that bar mitzvah era that you got bar mitzvahed and you never would show up again because everything about leading up to it was painful. But I said to myself at that point that if I was going to be Jewish, I was going to have fun being Jewish because it just was something that wasn't part of that institutional learning. My grandfather was a great inspiration for me, my parents. But it was only until about 16 when a friend took me to a BBYO convention that I saw Jews having fun. And I never realized that that really was what the Jewish world is all about. And I got into business. From business, I accidentally got into this nonprofit business. But when I got into it, I always said, being in it, I was going to make sure that we were no longer Oy vey Judaism. It's just the greatest way to turn off our juice, and it's not reality. We're a winning people. We're a winning group. People have written our obituaries, but we keep winning. And I believe in that in all my heart, and I think it's so important today, especially after October 7th, and we'll get into that, but something that when I got to Jewish National Fund 26 years ago, it was an organization in which had a lot of greatness to it, of history, but it had become a little stale. And we were able to build a movement here that today is over 600,000 donors, and our fastest growing part of our donor demographic is our 22 to 40-year-olds. So we've changed from, your grandfather's Oldsmobile to today's real future of the Jewish community.
I was going to ask you, when it comes to leadership, your vision for this organization has really been turning a new page for the organization. It's been lauded internationally, I think, for the programs that you've implemented. You have, the World Zionist Village. You have literally countless other programs in JNF that you've pushed forward that appeal to religious, to secular, to teenagers, to young adults, to all different groups. And as you mentioned, you're really doing a lot of work to target, 18 to 35-year-olds in a way, engage them in a way that hasn't been done. What does this leadership mentality that you bring, what does it mean to you? What does leadership mean to you? And how does it shape what you've done and what you're doing with JNF?
So leadership is about people getting off the couch and getting into the game. And I think this is a lot about who the Jewish community has to be and who we have to be as leaders. First, I'm going to go back to the Oy vey. If I keep telling you that we're a losing team, and you got to be concerned, we're on the brink of annihilation. Oh, and who knows what our future is going to be. And by the way, nobody likes us. And by the way, we're hated by everybody. Join the other team. Why would you come to the game? Why would you want to participate? So part of leadership is, first off, understanding that it is not selling just because you want to do fundraising, and it's easier to do fundraising on, quote, oh, those terrible poor Jews, and we're on the brink of annihilation. It's not true. Let's sell to people the reality to be part of a team. Leadership is taking the risks. Nonprofit allows you to risk far greater than business. I was in business. We had to plan, because I had partners. Every investment that I did on business was about making a profit. Now, businesses fail, but the risk factor is a lot less. In a nonprofit, you get to take the risk factor. Now, you've got to have the skin and the drive to make it happen. But if you don't, think about cancer research. 98% is failure. They don't plan on failure, but that allows you to do it that businesses wouldn't invest in. And being part of the land and people of Israel and being part of our Jewish community is taking risks for tomorrow.